when he came on, you basically just asked a few questions and we brought people up, and mostly his haters came up, some people that were his fans. I lost that fucking replay, for fuck's sake, because of that old account, but that was a really good one. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was probably the last. That's probably the last big room that we did on Healthy Pages for Dave Smith. Sure. I don't think you're going to get them to the point. I think the word's out that Clubhouse is toxic. And it's not toxic because of me, it's toxic because of people like Chillis.
I mean, he's open to it. Like, it's kind of one of those things, like, screenshot the back channels. Like, he's definitely open to it. But one of those things where it's like, okay, is it going to be a divisive topic where it's worth his time to be able to come onto the space? You know what I mean? People talk about the same shit every fucking day. You know what I mean? Like, there's no variety. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that's going to attract anybody where it's just like, okay, you know, I side and I resonate with a certain type of ideology, but let's have a very different perspective conversation as far as things that are pertinent to that said ideology.
Do you remember when we used to get David Friedman and Patrick to come on here, the son and grandson of Milton Friedman? Do you remember those rooms?
No. I remember the rooms where Ben Carson's son was on the app for a minute.
Yeah, he was. So David Friedman and Patrick Friedman. Patrick used to be on a lot more, but they would get on here and talk about their family and whatnot. And Rose, the mom, Milton Friedman's wife, they swear that he's like the most brilliant person that they had in their family. Which she's actually got a book that she wrote that I want to go read. I haven't done that yet.
Hey Roger, it's Dr. Bitch. One of the science rooms, we had a few Nobel Science winners. Actually used to come to the room in the heyday. When you were blowing Clubhouse up with, 20,000 followers, there were a lot of prominent people who come in here. And then when they changed the app, more or less killed everything. So now they're asking for subscription money. But back then, when you could do a room and 2,000 people would show up, all they wanted to do was kind of smash it.
I mean, I feel like if I talk about big backs enough and post it on Instagram, Julian Michaels will come on.
I don't know if it's a thing for somebody, prominent to come to speak in front of like 25 people. It's like, and I don't know how well Twitter Spaces is doing or the other, the other chat thing that was set up.
I mean, Amber Rose was on here, Trick Daddy, who else? Wiz Khalifa, he was on here for a minute. Who was that? When Joe Budden was on here? I mean, there's definitely some people who are lingering around.
Well, the reason, it's still a good platform that you can bring a few people in, record. It's like any platform. Like even the savvy influencers, like say a Dr. Drew, knew in the very beginning that he needed to use whether you like him or not, he needed to use multimedia and multi-stream his programs, and so he knew that Clubhouse was either going to come or go, but he could bring in a new people and still kind of record it somewhere else. So I think that if you can get anyone on here in a small curated room and record it, and then you can upload it somewhere else, then it's worth the time. But if someone's not going to record it, I don't see the benefit.
There was a room where Robbie Suave and Nick Gillespie of Reason Magazine they used to come to the room actually fairly frequently, but there was one night where they got on the stage because we were talking about libertarianism and because they wrote for Reason magazine. And what was interesting is how disagreeable they were with Clubhouse libertarians, because like libertarians these days like try to be more radical than the next and adopt this persona of being an anarchist, and they shoot that shit down like better than I do. It was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys remember back when Liberty Clubhouse was pretty big, but all the anarchists got shit on by Nick Gillespie, and that was one of my favorite rooms.
Dr. Jordan, Dr. Drew, and Adam Carolla were a great team.
Yeah, they had really good chemistry. I was just talking to someone who used to work closely with Dr. Drew, and we're talking about, his marketing savvy or his team's marketing savvy.
Well, Drew could be, very medical and doctor-like, and Carolla made it funny so that we'll listen.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's that there's if you pair with someone who's not credentialed, you also soften any stigma. It's kind of like there's an agent in Hollywood. A friend of mine who passed away, John Ferreter, who was really a sharp guy. Taught me a lot about life. He probably gave me some free therapy, even though he's not a clinician. But he would say that, and this isn't original to him, but the kinds of things he might talk about would be like, make sure this person is not too attractive that they're gonna scare off audiences, and you have to know your market. I mean, that's not something so insightful that he said, but it made me think of it that he had mentioned that once to me when I was suggesting some talent for him, and he's like, no, that person's just gonna scare away half of the housewives in America. You have to be able to really know your audience. The credentials don't matter as much as making people feel less insecure or less threatened by whoever's hosting the show. I mean, I actually think that works in the news business. Fox uses it to their advantage, catering to a demographic of men. CNN has gone the other direction. I think lookism operates within the confines of a Fox, but if you're remotely attractive, you may not get the job at CNN.
So in other words, it's narcissistic.
Yes.
That's funny shit. Does anybody still go to Chatter at all? Anybody have any experience over there? I got off because it was just too much.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I was on there last night, and they deplatformed me, deleted my profile because I was live streaming room on Clownhouse back into Chatter. Thought I was being creative, but apparently the 3 people or 10 people that use it, they don't like creative people using their creator platform.
Well, I can't even get on Chatter.
Nelson,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
listen, I'll say Greg Nelson was here for about an hour and explaining people were upset. Some woman named Bella, she'd been deplatformed, and Nelson, I don't know why he felt the need to explain it. And the minorities in the room were good for about 10 minutes, and then it became this free-for-all thugism, just the most vile stuff I've ever heard. I mean, just angry with Nelson that he was actually successful and associated with white people. I'm not making this up, and it's crazy.
It's crazy to listen to what's going on over there.
So I was in this room yesterday, I think it was Mojo's room, and all of a sudden I kept getting these pings
Yes.
from folks who are considered the dark side over here, but they navigated over to Chatter. And every one of them was pinging me in the room. Because apparently most of them got banned off Chatter, which was surprising. So I was giving you laughing emojis, David, because I'm like, I can only imagine what that was like, whatever you know.
I respect Nelson for what he's done, you know, in his personal life and how successful he is as a builder of relatively quality products. But it's so crazy to hear someone like him torn down, and it wasn't just you're a bad person. I mean, these people were going to go after him like street tactics, and I was hard to listen to.
Yeah, I think that he's made a lot of people cranky and unhappy with him. I've known of him and communicated with him for the last, I don't know, 4.5 years. I don't mind him. I think that he made some mistakes in essentially turning that app into like the private playground of Jonathan Bing, who I don't think much of at all. And I think if he thought of it more of a business and less of as a tool to hook up the homies, I think he would do better.
I think it sounds like he had to, in the beginning, I mean, the people that followed him were the destructive part of Clubhouse. And, you know, they just had so many of those rooms that weren't doing anybody any good. And not enough.
This is why I think a lot of Federal Reserve
and it sounds like he finally came to that realization.
is actually just
Big Jonathan Bing that has those rooms that like kind of refinance with no money down. There's like 7 people in it every other day.
Got it. So here's what I will say. Every time that I've gone over to Chatter, it's not popping. I'm sorry. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Like, there's not hundreds of people in those rooms. Okay, Lou Facts, other people on this app generate more traffic. I'm sorry. So Roger, the thing that I wanted to say is if you click on the link that I posted in the chat, that's Rob Smith. I really feel like you and I should go in on this. You know what I mean? As far as bringing him to the app, bringing a different, fresh set of opinions, you know, to actually hold a different conversation. But aside from that, just looking at the traffic on Chatter, I don't feel like it's the same type of hype that we're hearing on this app. I'm sorry. I couldn't even count 75 people. Then I go into the room and it's like, okay, I'm being attacked by Jennifer Lopez's, a former makeup artist. What in the hell? Like, it's crazy. Like, you have a bunch of people that, quite frankly, are in the positions that they're in. They're trying to generate a certain amount of traffic towards their own brands. It's like the social media version of, like, freaking the Home Shopping Network.
You gotta be careful when you type it in that you don't put in Chatterbait.
Nothing wrong with Chatterbait.
Okay, it's like the Home Shopping Network of, like, social audio. Like, it's like the Home Shopping Network. Like, it's like cheesy infomercial after infomercial. I'm not trying to knock somebody's business. What I'm saying is, listen, bring people onto that app to, number one, drive traffic, and number two, Edmund gets more traffic in his recorded rooms than freaking the average active user on Chatter. Like, what are we doing? Like, are we just gonna sit here and just pretend like this is some sensational, like, newfound technology? Like, this is crazy. This shit has nobody on it. And meanwhile, we have this, like, bullying marketing campaign where, people come onto this app that's thriving, successful, and they're saying, hey, download something else on your phone and, split your time and attention in between people who are on Clubhouse and people who are on an app where nobody fucking logs in.
Sounds like it's a good thing that I cannot get back on Chatter. I uninstalled the app, installed it again, changed password multiple times, and still cannot get on Chatter. And I guess that's probably a good thing.
Listen. I lived at freaking the building next to the W. The young man who did hair for Kylie Jenner and Jennifer Lopez, right, lived in my fucking building. I've never seen this woman as a makeup credit, and I went to his Instagram because I knew exactly where to go. Right, Nye? I've never seen this woman credited as any form of this woman's makeup team. Ever. Ever on the Instagram.
Well, at least over here we have Black China stylist, allegedly. Without saying his name, Adams, you probably know who he is.
No, that was me.
Oh, you're Black China stylist.
Only
No, I'm talking about Jesus. So again, Jesus lived in my building, and again, I followed him on Instagram. Never saw this woman tagged in any type of post. Because again, when you talk about Jennifer Lopez and people who are like actual artists, they give their shout out to their makeup team. Never seen this bitch once in any fucking posting or any of that shit. Are you doing makeup for her to have tea with her freaking grandmother?
Maybe it's the Timo version of J-Lo. Everybody claims to work for somebody who's really working for that person, right?
They know somebody who is.
And they know somebody who knows somebody. Black China stylists constantly get dragged on this app for being hired and rehired and hired and fired and rehired over and over again. Allegedly.
When you got Crips and Bloods with their own social audio app and they're conspiring to commit murders or drug deals on whether it's Clown House or Chatter or other platforms, I could see why Nelson Apega might make the strategic move to decide to delete people who are using his investment qualifier app as a way to conduct criminal communications.
Well, John, I learned today, first of all, there's a so-called Crip blood leader that comes into Humphrey Wings. And he went off on me one day because he thought I removed him from the stage, which I didn't do.
You talking about Unc?
No. And then today I learned that he was invited over to Chatter to host spaces. Speaking of the gangs, and apparently he does really well over there. Apparently, he got paid to even promote Chatter. So imagine that.
Are you talking about Whack?
I don't know. I don't want to say his name because apparently he's a shooter. Apparently he will pull up to your house.
Listen, and why? We don't want the smoke. So again, Black 100, I will always respect him as a business person. So he has and drives traffic on social media. I think more than any person on this stage. So it's crazy to me how people want to criticize and scrutinize the way that he shows up on social media. We don't want that smoke. Let's move on from Black 100.
You were definitely afraid of it because they let him go on for an hour and would not moderate him yesterday. So that's interesting.
I will say this, as somebody that went to Chatter and wanted to believe that, that's because I like social audio and I like Nelson. I wanted to believe that it was something that, that could work. I think that the fact that they're instituting at this stage of the game, rather than worrying about really onboarding people, that they're worried about monetizing the people that are on the app, because the monetization strategy is really to raise money for themselves. They don't give a shit. They're struggling to raise money institutionally or otherwise, and so what they're doing is half the money that you can give to a creator, quote unquote, the other half goes to the app. So when you do this, I would just say, be careful on that app. I would never ever give money to people on these apps. Don't give your money to them, no matter what they say, no matter how agreeable you are with them. Do not give your money. We need different monetization strategies to make sure that, listen, until you know what their tech stack looks like and how they plan on protecting it, it's a very, very bad idea for you to put your financial information on those apps. And so, like, if Chatter was unattractive to you before the monetization, it should be more unattractive now that it has the monetization. Because really, all they're saying is they want you to link your financial information to them, and I would not expose that to anybody on any of these apps.
One of the plethora of reasons why I've never been to Chatter.
So I would imagine there's going to be people that when they hear, oh, you can monetize, they're going to go, oh, let me go try that out. Let me go see if I can make $3 a day by doing the same thing I do for free on Clubhouse. And if that's what people are here for, is to try to monetize, go for it. Go make your $3. I personally think, as somebody that's experimented with, let's go check out Chatter. For me, at least, it was a mistake because it was a big waste of time. But that doesn't mean that I don't support Nelson. And I hope that his vision can come alive at some point, and maybe he could separate himself from some of the people that are clearly trying to draft off of his momentum. I think he's surrounded himself with some boobs. Jonathan Bing is one of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. And the guy that they have running their tech stack was a guy that Clubhouse was smart enough to not hire, and that was Nozzle. So, I mean, I would seriously look at that stuff, and honestly, if somebody's telling you, hey, you should come check out this app, support it because there's monetization. Just think of the ask itself. The app is saying, come here, you'll get paid. And then the creators are like, come here, I'll get paid. You got to ask yourself, what's in it for you? Are you going to have a better conversation over there or over here?
So this also begs a question, Roger. What do you think of this? I'd also be curious of others' opinion, Dr. Mitch, John, this notion of doing business with friends, right? Like the two Clubhouse founders were friends, but they had skill sets that were complementary. But when you pick business partners because they're friends alone, and you simply may trust them more, while it makes sense to some degree, you need to surround yourself with people who have expertise in areas other than yours and they're willing to challenge you. And so I'd actually give the Clubhouse founders much more credit. While they happened to be friends, they had the skill sets that were compatible and necessary to bring something bigger to fruition. These people surrounded themselves with only the folks that were in their house that they happened to be chummy with, and were a bunch of cliquey mods. And it just seems like, God, any MBA program or someone with just lived experience in the working world, seasoned, would know that that's not a recipe for success.
I mean, I give people credit for trying, that's all I can say. And sometimes it works to be exclusive, and sometimes it doesn't. It's why they put lines outside of nightclubs.
Wait, Roger, was the lady who claimed to be, she says she's like a realtor, she's got like some big real estate company that's worth like $100 million or some shit.
Are you talking to Cindy Stumpo?
Yeah, is she the one that owns it? Is she?
No.
I think she's an advisor.
Yeah, she's an advisor, and she runs like construction crews. So she's a builder.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Yeah,
She
hold on.
made it sound like she owned the company. she was telling
Cindy
all of it.
Stumpo is the real deal, and if you knew her story and what she built and what she's accomplished since in her 20s, you would be blown away. So don't grade her.
It wasn't a
Well,
great
hold
story.
on,
Exactly.
hold on. He was just asking if that's the person. I will say this: our own Dr. Jordan had some very choice words for Cindy Stumpo at one point. Dr. Jordan, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, Cindy Stumpo survived me, as hard as that is to do. I had a moment of narcissistic rage. There's the word for you. Moose still in the room. Moose isn't in the room anymore. Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it. No, I'm here. I appreciate yeah, I was about to leave, but you just said the word, so I'm staying.
So I went off on her because my take on it, as nuts as I am, so my family on both sides is in commercial real estate, which makes me no expert, right? But I did grow up in that space. And I had this chip on my shoulder because she talks like she's the God's gift to real estate. And she is a builder of residential properties and does a phenomenal job and has really high-end clients. I can't knock that. But something triggered me in something she said that night. And I had to bring out my insecurity was going ape shit, and I had to call her out on, like, you know nothing about the International Council of Shopping Centers and this, that, and the other, and there are bigger real estate people out there than you. But I went on this fucking absolute diatribe. Yeah, it was. And then, as Mojo and others of you were there can point out, then I went into my self-victimization program and sounded like I was at a 12-step reunion.
If you thought his attack of her was bad, his apology to her was worse. It was crazy.
Cindy's had a lot worse happen to her in her life. She probably doesn't even remember it. So
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Jordan? So last night, Nelson Apega was getting absolutely torn up by this girl who lives in Chicago. And if you go to her Instagram, she's Bella Larica or whatever. She looks like a prostitute on her Instagram. My question to you is, she kept screaming at Nelson saying, I thought you were a federal agent.
Gossiping.
You kept coming on this app.
I
know I'm gossiping. And I'm going to finish my statement, even if you loud mic me. I don't care. I'll turn the volume down. She said over and over, I thought you were a federal agent, Nelson, and you kept promoting the vaccine. So my question to you is, Dr. Jordan, I have also heard people accuse you of pushing the vaccine. I'm just wondering, in hindsight, after COVID-19 is over, are you still a supporter of the COVID-19 vaccines? That's the only question I wanted to ask. Thank you. I'm asking you.
Thank you, Edmund. Thank you. So, I'm so far removed from the vaccinology space. You should ask Dr. Mitch this stuff. But to me, I just saw that the chief vaccinologist, that's not the actual title, from Norway, died at 53 the other day. And there's all these conspiracy theories being floated about this particular guy. I mean, hey, the amount of research, like, if only coronavirus had been studied this much, veterinarians would be making a fortune. They've studied this stuff so much, and the epidemiological data. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm more skeptical of science now than ever, and part of that has been influenced by COVID. I'll say that much.
That's a great answer. Trust in the medical community. There's so many things were done to suppress information treatment that what it really did is it eroded confidence in research, science, and medicine.
Shout out to the purebloods.
Does that answer your question, John?
It does, but I just still think it's interesting how people are still calling people out for being vaccine promoters, and you were recently called out as being a vaccine promoter. So that's the only reason I brought it up, Dr. Jordan.
Oh, yes, I definitely was. Well, you got to remember, my work with was in preventive medicine, using a lot of animal models. And everything that I learned, I was almost programmed to vaccinate for everything. Even the rabies vaccine, the mRNA rabies vaccine had come out, I think, in like 2018. And if you work on the veterinary side of things, everything is about prevention. Parasiticidal agents are prominently used. It's different than human medicine. We focus on infectious disease because of food safety, and the concern about zoonotic pathogens is a real threat, even in the wildlife conservation arenas. So I was programmed for that stuff far before COVID. So that would be my excuse.
Going back to the title of the room, I would say that COVID-19 and that whole 3 year run was an exercise in what I would call anarchy.
I agree, and I believe we were attacked by that virus, by the makers of it, as if we were attacked physically by bombs or in a war. And I think we haven't seen the full.
Who made it?
Who made it? The lab in China.
See, David, I think you got it backwards there. It's not the Wuhan lab that was the attack. It was the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J vaccine that was the attack. That's my opinion.
No, that's wrong. The attack came from Wuhan. Whatever you would think about, first of all, that should never have been called. Should never have been called a vaccine. That's the first wrong thing about it. It never was a vaccine.
I'm just wondering, David, if you can actually repeat back to me what I just said.
I'm not your puppet.
Okay, well then I rest my case. You made my case, by saying exactly what you're saying. I think, you're actually a victim here of propaganda, and unfortunately, you can't recognize it.
Yeah. I know propaganda when I see it. Heard it from you. What, 6 years now? 5 years? From the delusion.
Okay, I mean, do you want me to post the links about what J&J recently disclosed within the past month? Do you want me to post a dozen other links to show you that what you're saying is completely opposite truth?
Okay, so relax.
I am relaxed. I'm just asking a question.
This is the most boring shit I've ever seen.
It's over. It's done. J&J was never a good vaccine to begin with. They didn't even make their own vaccine. That was a live virus.
What do you think's going to happen the next time there's a pandemic?
Wait, did you say plandemic?
Nope, I said pandemic. I'm not a weirdo.
It starts with an A and it ends with a Y. That spells, come on, everybody, anarchy.
They'll just set up another booth in Costco and have you bring your babies, stick them full of shit.
It's Bemis wet dream.
Well, RFK Jr.'s in charge. It'll be interesting.
I think that guy's a fraud.
Really hard to tell, but I've heard suspicious conspiracy theories as well. Hard to tell. It seems like he spent a lot on a lot of the things he came in to do. The medical machine is so huge. I mean, it's a behemoth. So I don't think that's an easy system to change by any stretch.
True. 14 years of heroin use. Getting people in his family addicted didn't help either.
Dr. Mojo, I'm wondering if I could make a special request. I was the first person in this room, and I read what's called the next steps from the Book of the Law with regards to anarchy, socialism, communism, fascism. Would it be okay if I quickly recited that to the room, Dr. Mojo?
Is it short?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it's very
No,
short.
of course it's not.
It's very short. I read it to you when you first opened the room. Okay, hold on one second.
Oh man, he's about to read that. Your favorite communist just came back over here.
Wait, hold on. Are you calling Dima a communist?
Well, I mean, she doesn't actually want anarchy. She wants to remove our current government and replace it with her strict authoritarian government, where she rules everything.
Don't you think it's weird that the person that doesn't like government also likes oppressive regimes like Hamas that was elected to govern people in Gaza?
Okay, I'm ready to read this. If you're ready to let me read it real quickly. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, go for it. Read it. Read it.
Okay, this is called the next step. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the clubhouse herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the clubhouse individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic, autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Act, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, clubhouse deplatforming. They won't trust us to cross.
I like that last one.
They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators of Clubhouse suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The Clubhouse herd will be destroyed in mass. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, or Edmund Dakin, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will.
Who wrote that? Why were they referencing Clubhouse?
Well, I wrote it, last night after Nelson Pega deplatformed me and deleted my account on Chatter, so I just wanted to share it with you all. I hope you enjoyed it.
I got a question. What could he do if we were to just continue making accounts to stream in rooms, stream this room into his platform? If we just continued to make accounts to do that, like what could he do about that?
I think first of all, if I used my name, he would delete it right away, I'm sure. But if I created something, random name, it might not detect it. But I think there's like a control type of thing there where, anyways, if you listen to my replay from last night, anyways, I'm done answering that.
Man, if only we knew somebody with 800 accounts.
Yeah, it might help them.
I think if we just create a bunch of accounts, make most of them look like left-wing accounts, and then say glowing things about Chatter and say that your favorite host is Jonathan Bing, things like that in your bio. I think that might allow them to be less suspicious. And then we just pop up and just stream this room over.
What if you just generate like 800 random accounts?
I'll try it again on a different burner phone that I have and keep it generic and see how it goes. But it's just actually what I was thinking about doing was creating an account over there and just live streaming their rooms, and they probably wouldn't be able to figure out which profile was mine.
Yeah, they would. There's only like 3 people in the room.
Well,
It's great audio over there, much better than here.
Well, anyways, I'm just saying I thought about that. I was like, that's one more live stream of
Wait, do
social
you think
audio.
their audio is better than the audio here? Yes.
What?
Ooh, I don't think so. I wouldn't agree with that.
So did anybody have any thoughts or opinions on what I just read to you?
Nope.
Is it
Well, my first thought was when I heard Clubhouse, I knew instantly you wrote it. My second thought was this individual is such a fascinating human, John/Edmund. You truly are intriguing, sir.
Thanks. I have to warn you, I'm susceptible to flattery.
Science won his brain.
Yeah, he probably has next to IO, he probably has one of the highest IQs on the app.
No, Ethan's definitely the highest. Ethan Muse.
Oh, are you guys saying who? John who? Well, I'm just going by the name in his PTR. I know it's not John.
So wait, Mojo, were you not aware that Donald Trump had declared English the official language of the USA?
Not unofficially. Nothing will ever officially document that ever.
Mojo still has to press 1 for English.
So one of the things, maybe this isn't newsworthy to most, but the fact that he said something apparently about not pardoning Diddy because of something Diddy said during the election, is that the most asinine thing? Like the one thing I have now in common with Diddy is that I won't get pardoned by Donald Trump because I said a lot of things that he wouldn't like.
You said a lot of personal.
Were you a vet at some point or are?
I taught med students, but I have a PhD. Why?
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of a case of a dog chewing up glass, like a glass jar, swallowing it, and surviving?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible. Why?
I was just curious.
I mean, it's probably, it's probably possible, but like I don't know how you would, depends what else it ate, it depends on all kinds of things.
Bima, can I ask you a question about pit bulls?
Uh-huh.
So say you take your pit bull to the park and this guy has a little Yorkie and your pit bull gets off leash, grabs the Yorkie and just tears it to shreds and kills it. But then that guy pulls a gun and kills your pit bull. How do you respond?
Yeah, I would. That would be self-defense. I would have no recourse. I mean, I would obviously be very upset, but you know what I mean?
So, okay, let me just ask a
Because
question
it's
out loud.
the thing is,
Bima, do you think that Diddy is innocent?
So just to finish that question, John or Dr. Jordan,
Got it.
I don't follow the Diddy. I don't follow the celebrity stuff. I leave that up to whoever likes that type of stuff.
Right.
I have no idea. I have no idea anything about it. I
It's a
can't.
conspiracy theory as far as how you form your opinions, especially in the.
What does that have to? I'm not even following. What does Diddy? I'm so confused.
In a Bima. You sit in
Go ahead,
a freaking
formulate your
propagandist
sentences.
echo chamber.
Okay. So, all right. Anyway, so the thing is.
Got it.
Okay. The thing is.
So you don't feel like you've been brainwashed in the spaces that you've been in chillism?
So the thing is I would do the same if that was another dog that came to attack my dog.
Wait, Bima, let me change the question. Let me change the question real quick, Bima. Can you explain your PTR to the room? Thank you.
This is crazy.
Yeah, so
Unfortunately, AI didn't want to give me symbols. I wanted it to represent like Islam and then Judaism, but it only would do flags every time, all my prompts. But the idea is just a peaceful society. All of us
Yeah,
living
it's
together
crazy.
peacefully.
You know, Bima actually used to show up on social audio as herself. It's crazy. It's crazy what that time in that.
What do you mean as myself? What are you talking about? Adams, are you okay?
Are you okay?
Well, I mean, like, it's Saturday. Are you, like, drinking and stuff?
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Well, I'm okay, but I think I'm making sense.
Yeah, you're definitely not making sense.
Okay.
So, Bima, what's the source of coexistence? Again, the question is, what is the source of coexistence?
No, what is the source of coexistence? Can you break that down for me? Because I could answer that in a
Sure.
million
So,
words.
source is basically where something comes from, and coexistence means peace. So, what is the source of peace? Thank you for considering my question. I am complete.
The source of peace would be a way to reciprocate rights. So, not violating each other.
Okay, wait.
That would
Before
be the
you go
source
any
of peace.
further,
So
let me
consent.
interrupt you.
So
I'm
consent.
going to interrupt you. Let me ask you a different way. What is the source of love? Thank you.
So that's much more difficult. What is the source of love? God?
Wait,
That's how I would answer it. But
you're
I
going to
know
say
David
God?
would
That's your
answer it
answer?
better.
Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, but not everybody answers that way. Not everybody believes in the same God. Not everybody is even a theist.
2,000 wars in the name of God since Christ. That's a lot.
So, David, let me ask you a question. What's the source of life?
Probably the one time my parents had sex.
The hydrogen.
I got a question for Bima, if you bear with me here. If somebody were to steal your car, who would you call first after your car is stolen?
I'd call this whatever security firm, aka the equivalent of what you guys would understand as a police, right? It would be my.
No. We're living in the world that we're living in today. Like so you go outside, do double wide, and your car is missing. Who do you call?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, if you're being very honest with you, I wouldn't call the cops right away.
You wouldn't. What would you do?
I would try to figure out who took it and what's going on with it. I would try to find it myself.
Are you a skilled investigator?
I have skilled investigate. Yeah, I have very high sources that can help me. Sure.
Phenomenal. What happens if you found it? What would you do?
I would take it back.
What if the people were armed?
What if they don't have to worry about them being armed? They have to worry about me being armed.
But if you were to shoot them, you would go to jail.
And wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something that someone who's protecting their property, right? A peaceful person, not harming any other person, but the person
Well, if you shoot them, you'd definitely be harming.
Well, I wouldn't just shoot them right off the bat. I would only shoot them if they threatened violence or they tried to stop me from claiming my property, which would be
Don't you think a more prudent step would be to get the police to retrieve the vehicle for you?
I mean, this is the thing. I don't subscribe to the police, so I would do it myself first.
What do you don't subscribe to them?
I don't support. I don't align with anything they do. They're terrorists. And
wait, well, hold on. Even if they could retrieve your car and return it to you?
See, this is the thing. I would appreciate just being able to. I don't trust them for to return my car because listen, worst case scenario. Okay, listen. I'll be real. likely I would try to retrieve my car, but I'm not going to kill somebody over my car, right? And I also wouldn't want someone to be killed over my car. That's why I'm not going to call the police. So I would like to deal with it. I would deal with it.
What if you found out that the people that stole your car were a dangerous militia that was heavily armed? Would you then just say, "Oh fuck it, I guess they can keep my car"?
Well, if they're a dangerous militia who are known, who are violating people's rights and have already been proven to, harm other people, well then yeah, they have no right reciprocation, and I'll go and get my car the way that I see fit. So then I wouldn't care. But if it's just like some downtrodden person who saw an opportunity, took the car, and it's like some woman with her homeless bag. I mean, like you've seen these videos, and of people finding their vehicles, and she has a kid or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go talk to her. I'm gonna talk to him.
You're gonna go talk to the car thief?
Right, exactly.
Phenomenal.
How does
Wait, isn't that what the police would do? Wait, hold on. Do you think the police wouldn't talk to them?
The police aren't interested on their reasons. If they break the law, like, it's not really a debate. They're
right, but it's not up to them. It's not their property. It's not their property. They don't get to say what happens. It's my property. I get to say what happens to the thief that stole from me. It's not.
Actually, no. If it's against the law, which it is to steal a car, you don't even have to press charges. The police can apprehend the car thief, and the prosecutor, without you testifying or willing to press charges, the prosecutor can press charges on their own because they want to rid society of car thieves. They want to crack down on this stuff.
That is correct.
Right. That's what the law is. But I'm having a different conversation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's what would happen as like a matter of fact of law today. But I'm saying, ought is ought. Just because it is that way, ought to be that way.
Can I ask a question? That's one of my dumb questions.
You cannot ask, but you can. John, what can you do?
Okay.
John, what? John, tell him what he can do.
So, if I want to add. So, how does anarchical principles?
This is going to have to do with sex, I can tell. Go ahead.
Exactly. How does anarchical principles, how do they apply to like open marriage or marriage? Like, can't you just steal someone's wife? And like, I mean, maybe I'm talking about uncivilized behavior, but how does it apply to like marriage and like divorce and the union of a couple?
It's voluntary, so it's all based off of just contracts.
How does a murderer?
So it applies
real quick. How does a murderer get prosecuted in this society? Who apprehends a murderer?
The what you would understand, and I'm using this term so you could understand it. What the police.
Okay. So you have police.
Of course.
But you'll call it something else because it makes you feel more comfortable. So basically, you just want to rename things.
Well, no. The thing is police means they're law enforcement, right? And they're policing. So there's a difference.
That says anarchy police department.
So these in an anarchist society, in a voluntary society, there isn't going to be law enforcement because there aren't going to be laws. There isn't a centralized authority. There's going to be a bunch of different rules.
If there's not a centralized authority,
and regulations, yeah.
If there's not a centralized authority, who's to say that the murderer can't just say, "Hey, I justifiably committed this homicide," and then if there's no central authority, who would determine innocence and guilt?
Right, well, that's why it's up to the DA who decides. A lot of people forget just because the cops arrest, it's still up to the DA whether they're going to press charges. And
no, he's asking about the anarchy.
If the DA thinks there's enough evidence that a jury would
Moose, we're talking about in this imaginary anarchy world.
Ah, the anarchy world. Okay.
She believes that what you're going to have is you're not going to have courts, you're not going to have judges, you're not going to have police.
Oh no, she doesn't say that.
But you'll have she does say that, but what she says is that you're going to replace it with something that's like police and like courts and like judges.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you did there.
And what would those be exactly?
Judges, police.
People who couldn't get on the real police.
We would just refer to them as a private security agency, and that would make her feel better.
Yeah, we had that for 2 square blocks in Seattle during the Summer of Love. 4 people died.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how did it turn out?
You know, Bima, I think a lot of people give you a lot of smoke, Bima, but I think you got a great speaking voice. I think you're probably like a nice person. You know, I mean, we talked about the golden rule earlier, but I just want to, try to give you a compliment and say you're a great speaker. I hope you keep reading books. I hope you get out of that abusive relationship. I hope all your dreams come true. I hope you get all the health and wealth and love you deserve. And I hope you have a great Saturday night, Bima.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. And don't be dismayed. I'm not in an abusive relationship. If anybody's abusing anybody, it's me abusing him. He doesn't even curse. He can't even kill ants and flies. He's just as sweet as, well, he's much sweeter. He's a much better person than I am in almost every way.
Do you think that if you hung out in rooms where you had conversations with intelligent people, that you'd be less radical? Do you think that your gradual slide into this fantasy land is being aided by hanging out with the low IQ people in chillism?
No, I have I've hung out with people who are much more intelligent than anybody on this app, who actually write philosophical works. They are the leaders of the voluntarist societies of the world.
Hold on. Can you point us to some of these people? Like you said, they publish works. I want to read it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right in my bio. Patrick Smith. Go ahead.
Patrick Smith. That sounds like a fake name.
It's a real name. It's a real guy.
Bima, if you read
Smith and Christian Moore, these are two individuals.
Bima, let me ask you a question.
With hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question. If you read Bima, hold on. Let me just do a quick diagnostic here. You read such intelligent authors. Let me ask you a question. What's 100 times 1,000?
100 times 1,000. So 3, 4, 5. So 500,000? No, that's wrong. I don't even know.
I wonder where the 5 came from.
I couldn't even do it. No, that's what I was trying to do. So 100 times 1,000, so 100,000. 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? 100,000. There we go.
Again.
Are we gonna do long division next?
Hold on. Can I just say that her getting basic math on the second try is impressive to me.
I mean, what kind of diagnostics do you use, Bima, when you gauge these magnificent intellectuals that you consume in their books? Like,
They sound cool.
How do you measure intelligence,
Bima? Ask them if they'll come and debate with us.
Oh yeah, they absolutely 110%. But I don't trust. Like, I wouldn't ever. I mean, like, if you were to make a pledge to me that you wouldn't, act like you do most of the time, like if you were a decent human being, I would. But I would never subject people that get paid to speak at universities and travel the world and to come here to be treated like
Bima,
shit.
let me ask you a follow-up question here. Like, how high do you think you are, like, in terms of comparing yourself to people in this room? You sound very egotistical in a way. Does anybody agree with me?
Egotistical?
Oh, yeah.
About
super.
what?
Well, how about when you go on about how much you know about the conflict between Hamas and Israel?
I don't claim to listen. It's only. Do you know that you're the only person that has a problem with it? When I'm in other rooms with intelligent people that have civil dialogues, Exactly. I'm also in Ruben's room and Daniel's room and Tobias's room, and I have wonderful Simon's room. Okay, and I have wonderful conversation.
let me ask you a follow-up question.
Civil dialogues.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question here.
Anything that happens in this room.
When I say egotistical,
this is Chillism 2.0.
Bima, I'm just wondering, when I say egotistical, can you tell us what the ego is? Thank you.
I get it, the I, right? The belief in the I, the thought, the understanding of what and who, the how we understand ourselves.
Bima,
is that wrong?
when I say ego, and you can explain it, it's not subjective, objective. An ego is called a concept. Have you ever held an ego, touched an ego, tasted an ego? It's called concept, Bima. Can you tell me what a concept is? Thank you.
An idea? That's it. A concept is an idea?
Correct.
John, are you done with the deposition or no?
If you could bridge it all together, I'd be interested to understand where you're going. Ego, what was it? Ego, what were the other two things that you talked about? So, ego, concept, an idea.
Yeah, he said you're a maniacal egomaniac. And you can't do math.
Well, anarchists will have calculators.
Anybody else want to tie that together?
Wait, Beam, I got one more quick diagnostic question for you. What is 500 times 1,000?
The fact that it takes this long.
I got it, John. Thanks.
So I got one more follow-up question for everybody in the room before I go to Emerald Island. My question to the room is that I want to ask, why do people come into like a social audio app and then basically like think that they're smarter than other people? Like, and they're not really, like you got no really way to compare, but like people make this claim all the time that they have superior knowledge and wisdom on how things should be. Why do you think that is?
Dunning-Kruger effect, narcissistic behavior.
The fact that smart people don't have to tell other people how smart they are.
Condescending, narcissistic. I don't know if that's the right word.
Well, Bima at least got one question right. When I asked you what is the source of love or, life or the source of wisdom, I mean, you answered correctly with the G-O-D. So Bima is G-O.
Well, I'd like to revise that. Actually, it is what is love? It's anti-coercion. That's what love is. Anti-coercion.
Speaking of, so John, Congressman John, can you this would be helpful, if we could help with not psychoeducation so much, but just education. I need to talk less about narcissism, but that being said, we need to distinguish among the terms narcissistic, egotistic, and egoistic, right?
Yeah.
Say that 10 times backwards.
I've seen the Narcissus flower in Washington, D.C., at some castle in Washington D.C., but it's a flower, it's a plant. Narcissus or self-love. I mean, I don't know why you always bring up the term. I mean, it's basically an irrelevant term in terms of who you are. I mean, the question is, who are you or where did you come from? If you know where you came from, you solve all your problems.
Well, for example, I'm egoistic, right? I'm absolutely preoccupied with myself. The usage, the overusage of narcissistic, from borrowed from popular psychology and even in a sociological context, we overuse the term, but a lot of people are really meaning someone's egotistical or egoistic. They're not differentiating, and that's important, right?
So is the typical serial profile narcissistic or egotistical?
A typical what?
It's the same thing essentially.
Serial killer. Serial killer is usually profiled as being severely narcissistic.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not a clinician in that space, but I'll say that most psychopaths are almost all psychopaths would be considered narcissistic, but not all narcissists are psychopathic. But that being said, what's interesting is overt narcissism is often thought of as psychopathic, like factor 1 and factor 2 psychopathy, narcissism, grandiose narcissism. People aren't so insecure; they're over the top, overconfident, right? So a lot of people are beginning to think that it's only the covert narcissist, not the grandiose or overt ones, that are really the true narcissists who have insecurities and they constantly they have to belittle others to feel good about themselves, right? Whereas the one who's more like a psychopath, the overt narcissist, like Donald Trump is not. It may have a little bit of a thin skin, but he's not spending his time preoccupied with really what other people think of him in the same sense that, like, for him to be president and take that kind of criticism, he thinks he really does believe that he's smarter than everybody else. And so he doesn't like criticism, but he really believes it. He is so overt. He's a malignant narcissist, but he's also so overt, right? Like, he's great.
Well, hold on. Dr. Jordan, it's not about whether or not he thinks he's the smartest. Sometimes just being decisive is the power, right?
True, 100%.
Being able to make a decision. Was it Abraham Lincoln that said the worst thing to do is nothing. The best thing to do is the right thing. The wrong thing is somewhere in the middle. Like doing nothing is worse than doing the wrong thing. Like
100%. Go ahead.
So here's my point. When you take if you're going to try to analyze somebody like Donald Trump, you need to analyze him without a political lens. You need to just figure out, like, okay, well, what is it that makes this guy tick? And clearly, it's not that he doesn't have a desire to be the smartest guy in the room. What he desires is to be the winner. And sometimes you could be the stupidest guy in the room and still win.
Yeah, so a hallmark characteristic of a narcissist like Donald Trump, and this is to his credit, for what he said, he's buying a ticket. Like, they are, when you're overconfident and rely on instinct, you see the world so different than other people. And even if, let's say someone's a scientist at the top of their game and they're narcissistic, they're still largely relying on instinct. They may be able to provide empirical data to back a lot of things up, but they are, Dr. Adams, you're, hold on a second. I'm not. So, I think there's great benefit in relying on instinct, but think of the other narcissistic people in your lives. Do they tend to rely on instinct? Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing, right? It's not just instinct, though. It's about talent. Like, if you were to compare this, let's take it out of an intellectual realm and just say talking basketball, right? If I'm physically gifted and I know the fundamentals of playing defense, and let's say I'm quick, I can afford to play you very close man-to-man defense. I'm less worried about you beating me than somebody that's slower or less skilled. So I can play you close, and even if you did make an incredible move to try to blow past me, I then have additional tools in my repertoire to be able to play defense against you. Whereas a weaker defender will not play close to the man. So now you don't have good man-to-man defense, and if they decide to pull up and make a jumper, you've got nothing to do. You're not close enough to even defend that. And by the way, if you give them room to work, they still might blow by you. And so the point being, and the thing I'm trying to translate here, is that if you the more skill you have, the more like talent that you were born with,
confidence.
What it does is it gives you the ability to be more effective, and it allows you to make mistakes and still be okay. I see this with artists all the time. There's a girl that I know that paints, and she sells her paintings for quite a bit of money. And she'll do something, and then she'll go, oh fuck, and then she made a mistake, but she also knows that nobody else on the planet knows that she made a mistake, and then she just makes something new, and she takes that mistake and lets the mistake be okay. A less artist might have thrown away that and started over.
Wait, Dr. Jordan, would you say that like Michael Jordan and LeBron James are narcissists for knowing that they're the best?
No, but Michael Jordan definitely has. I mean, he's got a healthy dose. He's a good example of someone with a healthy.
How about LeBron?
Lesser so, but yeah. But what I wanted to say.
So to be the best, you have to be a narcissist. You're saying?
Let me just say one thing. I think that like Mojo talked about. Well, we often talk about poker. Confidence, we're essentially saying is confidence is a skill, not just a trait, right? So.
And you're saying it's narcissism.
No, well, it is. I talked to this guy, talked about him before, Michael Maccabee, who's a Harvard anthropologist and psychologist. He wrote a book about productive narcissism, which Donald Trump read and reached out to him and wanted to be lumped in the group he said to me, I was interviewing him because I was working on a documentary that has never come to fruition. But anyways, Michael's like 90 years old if he's still alive. And what he said was but the fact that Donald Trump became president means that he is technically a productive narcissist, right? Like, you can't become president of the United States without me meeting that criteria. But where I'm going with this is
so you're saying everybody that's ever been president is a narcissist?
Oh, 100%, but to different degrees. But where I wanted to go with this, and I'm forgetting what I was going to say, was that there's something to be said for poker. Like, the confidence. We have confidence being a skill rather than, more of an arbitrary kind of, a trait that's left up to kind of subjective interpretation.
Poker.
If you're a poker player and you don't have confidence, like a poker player with fewer brain cells but great confidence, probably going to be far more successful, right? And this is true in many fields. Like, if you're in real estate, you don't have to be an intellectual giant, but if you have a ton of confidence, you're going to do far better. I told you guys last night, I was watching this documentary about this woman who was an escort, and she's like, it's amazing how many escorts become real estate agents. These are women who have a lot of confidence and charisma, and they often become successful in real estate if they choose to go into it because it caters to the kind of characteristics that they often have.
Wait, so Dr. Jordan, you're saying we should stop using narcissist as a negative term, since if you want to be successful and good at anything and be the best at anything, you have to be a narcissist?
Because I believe it exists on a spectrum.
Yes.
And if it exists on a spectrum, so does psychopathy. Like psychopathy exists in the spectrum. If you're too far on the spectrum, you're going to end up in prison and you're going to kill somebody. If you are, much more closer to the middle, right? If there's a middle, you might become a surgeon or a Navy SEAL 6 member, right? Team 6 member. Like it's all about balance.
Would you describe this this spectrum as kind of like the spectrum of AIDS, where some people get AIDS and they die, and other people like Magic Johnson get AIDS and they go on and live forever?
I don't know what to say to that. John, say something.
Well, Mojo, now you
Yeah.
know why he's called Magic.
Well,
It's called he's got money and he pays for medicine people.
Dr. Jordan.
Isn't he physically an impressive guy? Like after he was diagnosed and he was, highly medicated, he turned into a machine and much more physically fit than he ever was.
Dr. Jordan, the thing about a narcissist, I'm reading the Tanya over here, and it's acts of selfless kindness. So, this is why therapy is helpful for people who may find themselves to be misers, stingy, malignant personalities. I mean, sometimes I think maybe I have a malignant personality, but I have met people that I know that have, malignant personalities that are so difficult to deal with. But I think it's because those people can't let go of anything. They hold people that hold grudges carry a lot of weight with them. And so, I have a picture of the Buddha near my toilet, and I painted it, and it says, "Let it go." So to me, that's the words and the thoughts. And if you just constantly talking about narcissists, I mean, all communication is projection.
Well, first of all, I don't have anything against narcissists. I have narcissistic traits, but I'm more of an egotist. I'm more of an egoist. I'm consumed with my thinking about myself.
I know, but the term ego is a concept. It doesn't exist in the real world. So what are you really saying? When you think that you're constantly I mean, this is like obsessive compulsive behavior. Like go to the gym, read a book. I mean, do mantras. Like if you have an overreactive mind that is constantly pinging you, I mean, the blessed state is silence. So do you find that you have like an inner monologue that's constantly running and you're not in control of it?
Well, 100%. That's why I'm meditating, because I'm someone. Most neurotic are going to be more in their heads than in their body. You know this. So you understand the mind-body connection. The narcissist is also going to, quite frankly, be largely in their head, right? Because they're constantly thinking about, their image, right? Which is fascinating, right? If they spent less time thinking about their image, they would do more. They would be healthier.
Yeah, John, that yoga makes you a narcissist.
I mean, I go to the gym, I lift weights, and now my elbow's hurting. Like cause and effect. You have to have, like you just said earlier, that balance. So, there's a guy on here called Heron Stone, and I said, do you know that the heron is like a bird in the mystical aviary? It stands on one foot, so it's like in a yoga pose of great focus and concentration. And, at 42, I mean, I see how cell phones have essentially brain rotted people's like brains, maybe mine included. But the point is, you see how younger people are just, to me, it seems like there's a health crisis on top of a fiscal crisis or a debt crisis. It's my opinion.
If your elbow hurts, you're doing it wrong.
Well, that's what she said, but I got to get to the bar so I can try to meet her tonight.
Roger, does it feel like to you that these guys, these people that are talking about this, these world-renowned, scientists and shit that are, applying narcissists to like every positive thing of human behavior and stuff, is like the same way that they want to diagnose everybody as like gender fluid or like autistic and shit?
You know, I actually think that people are pussies when it comes to dealing with narcissists is the problem. It's not usually it's not the narcissist. It's the people that are incapable of communicating with them. Like Dr. Jordan and I are good friends. He's incredibly narcissistic. That doesn't mean that we can't get along. I just accept him as a narcissist. I accept him exactly the way he is. And I think that if you accept yourself and all of your all of the faults that you have, and I have plenty of them, it's just easier when you're honest with yourself and you realize that you're not perfect. You don't have to worry about whether or not the people around you are perfect. You can just accept them for who they are. In fact, I actually appreciate Dr. Jordan and some of, I mean, dude, I'm the only person on this stage that's been in a car with Dr. Jordan. He damn near killed me in said car, and I think that it was a bonding experience rather than me thinking less of him.
There's a good saying, it's to understand all is to forgive all.
Do you think we can find it in our hearts to forgive Bima? Anybody?
Yeah.
If she stops being a communist.
I'm telling you, if you spent a day with
What
her,
is it-
you'd
what is it that
you'd
she's
actually,
in
you know.
forgiveness for?
Well, okay, so first of all, she's intellectually dishonest. That's number one. Number two, she's guilty of sympathizing for Hamas terrorists. C, she's, man, how do I say this one without sounding rude? Because I feel like I was being nice on the first two.
Okay, you could say it.
Nope, I'm going to hold that one to myself. Thank you. I don't want it to sound like a personal attack. I want it to just, it's just observations of the way that she engages. And what I'm unsure of is if she even believes the bullshit she's saying. If she does believe it, then I think she needs some clinical help. And if she doesn't believe it, then I think that we've gone easy on her because she's just being a fucking weirdo.
Well,
Do you attribute some of it? She sounds young. She ever actually said like early 20s, maybe even.
No, she's not early 20s.
College.
She's like almost my age. It's like
I'm gonna. How do you know that, Rich?
Shamos is the same age, and him, Shamos and Dima were dating for a period, and they're like almost the same age.
Oh my god! Somebody on this app dated that?
Yeah,
well, I'm not interested in anyone's personal business, but that surprises me because she sounds younger.
But don't you think?
She sounds like late. She sounds like late 20s, early 30s.
Don't you think though that there's a communication problem? Like, there's not a your large language models aren't matching up. Yours is bigger than hers, and she can't. There's a failure to communicate. But if there's no violence, well, that's okay. But I mean, that's kind of the point where it's like if you were to spend a whole day with her, technically you should be updating her LLM, by having these conversations.
Do you think that she'll ever grow to the point where when somebody asks her a question, that she maybe pause and say, you know what, I don't know that, or I'm going to have to think about that more? Do you think we'll ever get that version of Bima? Because I feel like before we even finish asking our questions, she's already just starting, the spin of bullshit. I think if she was to just pause and maybe think, it's possible she could tap into a library of different words.
Yeah, I think one observation after using this app for so many years is people are so set in their ways and so conditioned, and their personality is so formulated. Like, there's no budging. People will die on a hill for their concept on this app. And I've never seen people just repeat themselves. I mean, nobody is, upgraded from using this app. So if that's this app, imagine all the TikTokers and Instagram and YouTube consumers who have horrific brain rot, or even more. I mean, total cultural brain rot the rest of the rooms on this app right now, if you were to pipe in some of the bang rooms happening right now, to me that's like schizophrenic, or ghetto schizo, basically.
Like, for example, in
Ghetto
chillism,
schizo.
like they just speak over each other like constantly, and even an appeal to the mod, you ask them like, hey, can I go? They don't have any concept of that. Their preferable communication style is for everyone to speak all at once. It's wild.
Well, I think that's what anarchy is. I mean, it is that sound wall banging your head, and really, anyways, I mean, a lot of this, the other thing is the environment of this app is the green beans, the title, the clickbait titles, um, but also individuals' ability to create, a node and a network, and why people come to listen to you, Mojo, or Dr. Jordan, or anybody in this room, like, what is that? It's dopamine. I mean, this is like a medical device. I'm repeating myself all the time. This is a medical device technology app. Like, people are coming here to dope up, but there's no real, intelligent discourse happening. I got blocked from Patty's politically correct room. To me, filming liberals and hearing their emotional instability on the regular is like the juiciest thing to record or observe amongst people, because politics, it's going deeper. There's 100,000 reasons why people are, crashing out or doing what they're doing on this app. I mean, it's cloud chasing, etc. But it's if you're not making money doing this, like, I don't know, that's what I think you really are banging your head against a wall. Or, anyways, I'm just saying that there's a structure to this app. It's there's a structure to it. It's
Yeah, but what about the fact that people just convene in places to talk because we're a hyper social species? It doesn't have to be about something like there are 8 billion people on the planet, and we're so removed from in-person experiences because of the internet that this actually encroaches on old traditions of like meeting in person. We actually hear each other's voice and just chat, right? We're not going to the bar, we're not going to the pub, we're going to a place to meet probably more interesting people.
It might just be people just want to come for entertainment, just listen to opinions, exchange ideas. It's just fun. I don't think it needs to be as deep as perhaps you're positioning it. I don't think people really come to this app to, I suppose, for lack of better words, be educated on anything. Sure, there are rooms where you can learn. I always like to say I like to listen and learn when I go into some spaces.
Well, that's why you follow me around 9.
Yeah, well, you're quite possibly one of the funniest people. Like, somebody's sending me a message. Who is this? And then you get strange messages from people that you don't know. They pop up on the screen, and that's another way to kind of meet folks. So I don't know. It's just fun. It's just a fun way to meet and engage. It's not that deep.
Did you ever watch the TV show Cops? I often thought that show was kind of unfair to the people that the police arrest, that the cameras just show up and start filming this person, because that causes you to act in a certain way. And so if you were in Nelson Apega and Jen Bubblicious and fucking Whack 100 last night, the Bang Room is really almost like a cacophony of performers. And so it's very easy to.
A better example is World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, World Star Hip Hop about to make a 7-figure payout to me." Anyways, my point is, because people know they're being recorded, they go for maximum bang. And I never heard this kind of shit in my whole life, but a bang room, like a Whack or a Cray one, a Cray, Orange Cray, whatever the fucking guy's name is from, what I'm talking about, Cray. Anyways, those, I don't know. I just think it's interesting to record those many people screaming into a phone where it's just this garble of garbage. It's not healthy to listen to, but in terms of uniqueness, it's very unique.
John, you could have just said the black guy. We would all know.
No, you're right. Sometimes it's not healthy, depending on what room you go into. The ghetto ratchet bedrooms can be very, very disturbing at times, and you're right. When I first got on this app, I thought the same thing. Why is everybody over talking each other? Why is everybody screaming into the phone? It can be quite annoying. So I think there are levels to this app. Sometimes you want to go into the bang rooms or the ghetto ratchet rooms. Sometimes you want to go into the biblical rooms, the political rooms, the entertainment rooms. There's something for everyone, don't you think? I mean, you would know. You're recording all of them for YouTube.
No, believe me, I wish I could fully
media.
automate the scraping of this app and total export of every room 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, I'd be making a lot of money if I could figure that out because it's spamming. I mean, I've made a lot of money in spam. I've worked for a lot of advertising ad tech companies that the whole thing's fucking spam. What do you think Facebook and Craigslist are? They're just fucking spam platforms. This is also spam. This is personal audio communication spam. So I just don't think people realize that all communication is spam, and it's up to you to determine, what kind of spam you're going to have for lunch.
Well, as much as there was intellectualism, if you will, early on in the app, there was also a lot more garbage. For example, the dating rooms, which were entertaining, or what did they call the people who got paid to host these houses or clubs or whatever? There was one where like people were listening to whale song, whales farting, whales doing something. There was shoot your shot. There was a lot of lowbrow content, and then there was some really highbrow content, and that's why, as we've talked about endlessly, is that finally we got to a point where this became a friendship based space, and it's about the people talking about anything, not really the content.
Exactly. I've met some, and not in person, but I've met some really pretty cool people on this app. And I've maintained, relationships. I use that term loosely because I don't know any of these people in person. Over the years, and they're cool. They're seemingly cool people, authentic people. Sometimes I get on here and I'm looking for certain people, like, where's so-and-so, where's so-and-so? Because you just want to tap in, listen to them, kind of absorb the energy that the social audio space brings, right? Surely, John, you've met a couple of people. I mean, listen, you yourself have admitted you've made a whole movie and website and your URLs built around Mojo. Clearly, you admire him in some way. You're getting something out of this, right? You have found someone on this app that you have dedicated hours of content.
Mikhail, right, John?
Well, listen, there's a saying, every man and every woman is a star. So, like, if I'm a filmmaker and I want to come here and record what I would consider the brightest and best stars, because if I'm recording, bang rooms or ghetto rooms, I mean, those are not bright stars in my opinion, but they're still stars nonetheless. But the problem is, I listen to a lot of this stuff because I got to hit start and stop. So I would much rather listen to intelligent conversation. But I will say, I think black media, or, I had a website called blackpodcast.com or something. Somebody bought the domain name from me. And I was like, that's a smart buy because, like, black media or black conversations on this app, particularly is like a hotspot. You can go to X, you can't really find these types of rooms. So to like listen in on African American conversations, this is the app, and there's a lot of really entertaining people. Um, but the point is, it's like I think anybody can be monetized, but there's no collective effort, and I think that's one of the problems with like social audio.
Okay, so what if we got into revenue sharing with you and we came up with domain names to sell, like bigjewishpenis.com? I'm sure that's not taken yet.
Well,
Or
I met the owner at tit.com, TIT. His name is David Titcomb, and he's on the city council in Miami. And
okay,
and he's a really cool guy, but he never developed tit.com. And I met him at like a domain name trade show. I'm like, dude, that's a great name. I'm like, just put up a website, put a Tumblr site up, forward it to Instagram, start posting content. The guy's never done a fucking thing with it. A lot of people have digital assets and they'll never do anything. I just let go of almost 1,000 domain names this year, and I'm still letting more expire. I'm just done paying GoDaddy anything. I don't want to own any domain names. I want to be free. I want to be free of these platforms. And Facebook and YouTube, Meta, Instagram, etc. Like these are just websites. It's like, and they're free to free to publish on. So it
Yeah,
makes no sense to own these .coms anymore.
I would say that I talked to Mojo about this before, or he actually introduced me to this the behind the scenes of marketing the adult industry, right? Just because from a digital standpoint, not and I just the other day had a conversation with Mark Schechter, who is a one of the leading agents in adult film, and he got into it because he was an affiliate marketer,
Mhm.
and he understood the need. These adult film stars needed websites. Their websites kind of built the internet in many ways. They had to find a way to advertise, and the number of domains that are out there in the adult space is freaking crazy.
Yeah.
Like MILF this, that, like MILFy, MILF Kingdom. I mean, it's just like unbelievable, and those things are worth fortunes.
Well, I think from like a social and a political perspective, I mean, X has big audiences, big rooms talking about Jeffrey Epstein for day after day. There's a lot of crazy rooms on X. This app is, to me, it's like a secret little treasure nobody knows about. There's not probably one party hat in the whole room. So, you know, I it, to me it's just one more place to record, but it's a premium place to record, and film and build these libraries of people's takes. I mean, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. there's like valuable content on here in terms of, political conversations. It's a hyper political app. Just that Patty's politically correct room, to me, like I'm gonna have to create a new anonymous account because I outed myself on this account. So I'm gonna keep recording those rooms, but I'm ready to like. I would actually want to stop doing this, and
Wait,
go
how did you out yourself with the
because
Congressman
yesterday
John Kitover account?
yesterday I couldn't Mojo couldn't bring me up, so I was like, okay, I will unmask my anonymous account, rebrand it as John Kitover,
Oh,
and then I'll just create a new burner account in the immediate future.
What if we did this, John? What if we start doing rooms where we just say what's going on Clubhouse, and we just have you pipe in the other rooms into this room, and then once they say something really just like crazy, then we'll stop the streaming, and then we'll just have a conversation about whatever they're talking about, and then we could go, okay, let's go tap into another room, and then just do that and like allow their content to become our content.
Yeah, 100%. What's that show where they do the comments and they watch the movie Space Theater 2000 or whatever the hell it was? Like
Mystery Science Theater.
yeah, Mystery
yeah.
Science Theater. Like we need to do live play-by-play feedback on this app in the same way as if we were watching a football, match. Like we need immediate analysis on the stupidity because
So we need to do exactly what you do.
yes,
Just
because
laugh hysterically.
they will start talking about our room, and so it creates basically like a hive effect where the hive goes into chaos mode, and to me that's like how we control the app in a way. When people know that I'm recording and their shit is popping out of their fucking tuchus and they're going crazy, like that's when my dopamine, that's when I'm at the casino and I'm winning on that craps table. That's when my dopamine is flaring. That's when I have the most fun here.
Roger, I would just like to say that you've gotten the best of Nathan when he goes and takes your fucking picture. When he does that, that's his form of crashing out. That means he doesn't like you.
You know who went in? Go ahead.
Well, hold on. The reason Nathan's upset is because I've been. Who's in here? I could say it honestly. So I've been pretending to have a crush on Monica, and I like Monica, but I've been pretending to have a crush on her, and
and Monica said something flattering back to me, and Nathan got jealous because apparently he has a real life crush on her.
You know, one person who went total troll, which kind of surprised me, was Christopher Sweat. He went from heightened public intellectual to consummate troll. I can't explain the transformation.
You know, he's always been cool. I've always thought he was an interesting character on here, but when he speaks, I was trying to figure out what is so interesting about his speech pattern, and I finally figured it out after watching videos of him speaking. I think he just has too many teeth in his mouth. I think he has more teeth than the average human being, and so it causes this weird impediment.
I mean, that's not the direction I was going, but I can now hear his voice, and I get what you're saying, 100%. Speaking, just to turn the subject on that angle a little, I met a woman the other day who was very open about, it was weird, she told me she had an overbite, and I kind of thought to myself, well, I think I can kind of tell, I didn't say it to her, but I'm like, you didn't have to say that, I kind of knew that. I thought it was such a strange comment. Nothing bad, she's a very lovely person, very nice looking lady, but she kind of put that out there. It was just so weird.
You know,
it's one of these things where people, if you're insecure about something, as of course I have been in my life, you'll put it out there in the world before someone else makes mention of it. But you don't have to, because most people don't notice.
What are you insecure about?
Oh, I'll say one thing.
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
It's just girth. I need to take some girth. I need to take some size off.
you need to be de-girth. You know, going back to anarchy, this app is a huge advancement in my opinion in terms of psychological or human action. I was looking at the Mises Institute. You know, this is a perfect place to really even run experiments and do observational studies and research on people's behavior and personalities, particularly the liberal mind, the delusional, mind that would run a pizza business into the ground in 3 days. That type of disastrous type of person, in a way. There's a lot of, if you talk about narcissistic personality disorder or, op, you know, op, or leadership defiance disorder, all just people who are so obnoxious, inflexible, or just people you would never want to work with in the real world. You can listen to them here. So, anyways, what I'm proposing is if we do live stream rooms and do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 on these rooms, in the morning, that's the best time to do it when they're doing their morning MSNBC redistribution news cycle. So, but the thing is, back to anarchy, this anonymous feature causes people to really get paranoid, and it's really interesting to observe paranoia. It's not often that you can observe it, but recording these rooms, and they go, oh, that fucking John, we know his fucking name, fucking John Kitover, and they put out my address, and then they come on the YouTube and give me death threats or say they're like Isaiah, aka Goat. He called my local police department 2 blocks away. He called them twice.
Isaiah and Goat are two different people.
Okay, well now he calls himself what is it? A man who doesn't like a woman. I'm rambling here, but anyways, Goat. He called the police on me twice. Of course they didn't respond because if you.
Goat call.
I'm just gossiping here, but claims he called
Why
the
did he
police
call
on
the
me
police
twice.
on you?
Because I live stream his room while he holds his liberal fiefdom, discussing, whatever topic under the sun that he's talking about. He doesn't like to be recorded. But Anonymous, Anonymous forced these people to create friends only rooms, which I think is, totally fair that they can have a private room and not be recorded. And they, because what they really want is just their dopamine. But the problem is they can't play the cat and mouse game and invite the opposition party up, bat them around for a good 30 minutes to an hour, and then get a new, person to bat around. I'm just saying that, if you're academic and you like books and you've been to college and you sat in a classroom for many fucking years, you know that this is like entertainment and toxic communication or a waste of time is what I like to call
Okay, so I'm thinking programming wise, if we did regularly scheduled rooms in the muff, and maybe we'll just shoot the breeze and okay, let's go see what's happening in chillism, and then we set up the streaming. I would imagine that it could stream in here as well as stream onto YouTube at the same time. We could and then what I would say that would help the algorithm is for all of us to have YouTube accounts so we could like and share those streams can help promote it. And then what we do is as we're streaming it, we go ahead and we, like we wait until somebody says something, and then we communicate. We like for audio quality, we don't say anything in this room over top of it until we communicate through chat only. And then once we decide like okay, let's pause it, then we'll pause it and then we'll critique it and we'll have a conversation about it. And then, and then as soon as that's not fun, then we go, hey, let's go see what's happening in Politically Correct. And we could just go around the app. We might even discover rooms that we're not familiar with today and just figure out what the hell's going on in these rooms. And then we'll just spend our time critiquing it because we're so smart.
I agree. See, that's why this is a roast app. Self-deprecating humor or, Schadenfreude or, taking pleasure in other people's misery. That's what this app is all about. It may sound cruel, but like good comedy is a little cruel, because there's some truth there. So that's to me the optimal way to use this app, and it's artistic, critique.
I think we just got our strongest reinforcement that this is a good idea. Jarl says you guys might need to take a break from this app if this sounds fun to you. So I know what sounds fun to him, and if he doesn't like this, I think this is a good indication that we're on the right track.
We could start it right now if you're open to it.
Can't. I'm actually going to be logging off here in a minute. I'm going to watch some television, but we could definitely get this thing started, and I will be back channeling some of you to coordinate so we can facilitate this in an organized fashion. And I think if we put a little bit of thought into this, this could end up being the go-to room because if we're playing the clips there and then breaking them down, it's kind of like an aggregator. Like nobody watches nightly news anymore, but they'll watch a podcast where somebody's breaking down like the news of the week essentially. So this could be the place that people come to just make sure that they're not missing anything.
Well,
yeah, I mean, how about various iterations? So rough in the muff, puff in the muff, fluff in the muff. I'm not joking. Different people take on different themes, and
I want you to think of it this way. Are any of you familiar with NFL Red Zone?
No.
So NFL Red Zone was an idea where it was like casual football fans don't like to watch an entire football game. But they had a channel that if you watch that channel, all it would show you is when a team is about to score. So you're only watching the best shit, and it became highly addictive to people that didn't even necessarily love football because they were watching the best part of the football game when the score was happening.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this because I feel like, this is maximum entertainment. I mean, and if we can monetize a YouTube channel and generate some revenue from all this clown house activity, and we were to donate that to charity or something, I mean, just think about how much, more magnanimous and how, effective we are. I mean, I really want to be, I want to optimize and be effective. I mean, this to me is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm excited about it. So, guys, I'm going to keep the room open. I'm going to mod you guys. You guys do what you want. Just be nice to each other.
We're gonna optimize troll. I love this.
I mean, let's organize these these organizers. Let's organize the community organizers. Let's call the room organizing community
Don't
organizers.
want George. Don't want George.
Well, you don't have to. One of the things is that we don't
actions, and it would be against. So you have much greater self-interest in a voluntary society to not create harm, because you don't have laws protecting you. The things, not violent, not just, don't think like, oh, because of somebody will just kill somebody, but all of the other things, that could stop somebody from hurting you. So criminals would still be, they're going to have, like due process. These things will all still exist, but they're going to happen under private investigators and arbitrators and DROs. It's going to be much more effective. It's going to be much more fair. There's going to be a lot more transparency. There isn't going to be the bullshit of the system of police and, profiling and sentencing and falsities and all this other stuff. That isn't going to happen because they get paid to do this. The police get paid to do this in a way that there's this, they're incentivized.
More corruption, though. Like I could see that as becoming more corruption, because then you're gonna have the rich and the super elite. They're able to get justice, but the people that are more poor, they're not going to be able to get justice at all, because if I have to pay the police force, right? What do I do? I just get taken advantage of, and the elite just keep getting more and more elite, and the people on the bottom of the totem pole are, they're just going to get more and more poor.
Yeah, that's what happens now. That's the system that we have now. We have the poor being sucked dry, being taken advantage of, being harassed, traffic court. If you ever show up at traffic court or any of these other little things, no money, put in the worst circumstances, if you can't afford bail, all of this shit. But none of that would be the case in a voluntary society because, investigations and facts have to come first. There's not going to be this,
Who enforces that, though? Who enforces that?
Well, the security forces. It's just like a private
investigation. Somebody is paying for, correct? Somebody has to pay for that. Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You'd have to pay into that.
Right.
Well, to me, it would invite more corruption, because, like I said, hey, we're going to give justice to these people, or we're going to side with these people because they can give us more money than this person. So it doesn't matter, there's no justice there. It's just whoever has the most money gets the justice.
The system of a voluntary society, those incentives would be naturally sucked out, because the rich are a very few. Would you agree that there's much less rich than there are people? Regular people, less, it's like 1-3%,
yeah.
Right? They say. Okay, so the majority of the funds, right? The majority, the type of society that are going to champion. You're going to want to put your money into the institution that's not, offering fraud or offering this or that. So you're going to want to put your shit into the systems that are going to better serve the little guy. So more little guys are going to put the money and their policy into the best and the better police, it would be what would we would understand the police, right? These investigators in the investigator system. I mean, in every case, in private investigators do a better job than police any day. 110%, right? They dedicate their lives. They do this. They're better skilled. They have better equipment, and much fair. It's much more fair and transparent. Everything is fair and transparent. Right now, there's a monopoly on violence. You can't even get. We don't even have. I don't even know what the auditing procedures are of the police, which is always interests me. They say that there's third parties that come in and audit our police procedures, right? But I've talked to police when I did a project back in 2018, and the in-house the police reports, they stay in-house. They don't have to report them to the county. They don't have to report them to the state. They definitely don't have to report them to the FBI, right? Or the federal levels. So basically, these police departments are running carte blanche, whatever the hell that they want to do. They have, I mean, like, you're outnumbered in every way. You should be terrified at what would happen, at what's happening right now with you as a little guy. In a voluntarist society, none of that shit would stand. They don't have that same power anymore. That power has been completely stripped of them.
Do you want police reform, or you want to create this? You want to You said it's like a volunteer society, but it has due process of law. So everyone volunteers to what that law is going to be.
That's another question. Who sets the rules?
It's all kinds of fucking loopholes here. Like, I don't even know how much you can begin with that. You said there's due process, but to receive due process, there has to be some kind of constitution, right? That's the highest laws that everyone volunteered for, yet they're breaking the law.
No, yeah, okay, thank you. Got it. No, so yes, you're right. Everything would be very, very similar. The structures of society that we have today, we've already figured out that this stuff is good stuff, right? We've already looked at evidences and logic, and we've been able to figure out how good laws work, right? We got a little out of control, and there's a lot of overarching power structures and a lot of coercion and a lot of force and a lot of violence where there shouldn't be, a lot of over legislation. So basically, sorry, I got distracted. You would still, the only difference is that you would be voluntarily, you contract in and you give explicit consent. The difference of the society is you cannot withdraw your consent of whatever type of system, whatever type of police, whatever type of life, all of the stuff that you have to subscribe to, you don't have a choice. You know, your funds, whether right now, congressional report just said we're sending over, I don't know how many billions. I heard anywhere from 22 billion to $100 billion over to Israel to do what they're doing to Gaza. And a Brown University report said 70% of what's been waged on Gaza in the past 2 years has been funded by, our tax dollars. Listen, if there are people that want to say, no, I don't think so, that's not what I support, they can withdraw that. That's my point. They can say, no, we're not going to put our money to that. We're not going to give you our money for that, right? We're going to instead go to a defense system. We're going to say, okay, I want to put my money towards defensive measures. I want you to defend my property, and I want you to defend me, right? Defend, what would be the nation,
Would you do that?
Right?
You're talking about America and taxation with representation, and how we're represented by Israel.
We're not representative. We're not represented. It's a farce.
We're represented.
You're not represented. It's impossible. It's impossible. Parts of people, like parts of the populations are represented, but they're not even truly represented because you can't make the decisions.
You on an iPhone or a cellular phone right now?
Yeah, I'm on a cell phone.
And you're on the internet?
And I'm on the internet.
How are these services made available to us if the U.S. Army didn't develop them with funds from our proxy wars?
They could still be collective if these were. You don't think that peaceful people could have put their their heads together to say, okay, let's pool our money and create this?
You have shit imported from China. 90% of your phone is imported from China.
So let me ask you this.
That was imported based on dollars that we had to invest in China and businesses there, which built factories. All this, every war we've had, Vietnam, all that, all the way back to like 1899. All right, we've started. Hey, we're gonna get into war business, right? And that business has generated a bunch of revenue, and it might be your tax dollars that have gone into it, but it's kicking back, right? Because all this technology we have, and you can see how the United States is a little bit more affluent than other countries in the world. That's directly involved with all the proxy wars we've been in.
So
There's a lot of money flowing in from that.
So you're making the case that, oh my God,
yeah, taxation with representation is in the Constitution, and it has to be physically determined that these tax dollars are going to things that represent us as Americans. And they do. You're never going to get that on the military-industrial complex, because everything from the internet to the fucking highways you drive on, all that, it comes directly from those funds that we put into our defense budget.
So let me ask you a question. You said that we're represented. How are we represented? Is everybody represented, or just some of us represented, or how does that work?
Well, we're all on the internet right now. They're not saying we can't use it.
Yeah, but you're making the claim that the internet wouldn't exist without a state, and I would beg to differ.
The internet was developed by the military, and so was our highway system to move military equipment in.
I bet it would have been. I'd say that it would be developed a lot sooner, and there would be much more technological advancements if so much red tape and patent systems and things telling free people and little businesses that they can't create and build. We would have much greater than we have right now.
If you look at a place with similar ideals to you, like a voluntary society, like the one they have lost in the Amazon right now, they've had all the time in the world to build this utopia. Why are they still hunting monkeys in the jungle?
Well, that's like an appeal to what? Like, what are you saying? Like, you have to have the idea.
They do not have anything that would, like, anything you mentioned that you wanted to be free of in American society, they don't have that. They're completely unburdened by that. Yet they're still in the jungle hunting monkeys. They haven't developed internet or roads or anything like the U.S. did, right? Off of war dollars.
So are you saying, this is the thing, like, are you saying that they are less of a people than the West?
No, they have all the freedom in the world. They get up in the morning. They don't have to fucking, like, barely, they don't have the same stress that I do, like bills and shit. They're perfectly fine living their lives in the jungle hunting monkeys. The worst case scenario, they might get it, like, bit by a snake. Right? These are very minimal stresses compared to the stresses we have.
So my only argument...
There's pros and cons here. We're on the internet right now, and that's directly involved. Like, we were represented by us bombing Iraq. Those bombs were purchased from U.S. companies who pay taxes, right, who stimulate the economy, and all wars have done this. And that money is sent to China to bring you your smartphone and shit like that, so we can build factories over there.
So all I'm saying is, if you, and this is what's excellent about this, if you, I don't support what you think is valuable in this particular case. So what I'm saying is, how about you and I, you put your support into this military that's going to go and do all that and bomb other countries. I'm saying that, listen, if they're going to have any type of issue, they're going to come and they're going to find you. I'm out of it. I have nothing to do with it. I don't want to be involved in that. I'm living a moral life. According to my own morals, I'm not harming other people for the sake of other bullshit. That's toxic. Go to Toxic's house, right? And they'll be able to, and then you're going to have to, for violating other peaceful people, depending, right, on what, you're going to have to, you're going to have to stand for that, right? And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be a part of your shit. You want to go and do immoral shit? You do it on your name. Don't do it under my name. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be able to take my money and put it towards moral things. I want to build education systems. I want to build, irrigation systems, and I want to build sustainable farms and organic farms. I want to stop pollution. I want to figure out a way to destroy plastics and get them back into a way that doesn't harm our oceans and deplete our fisheries and all this other stuff. That's the type of money. That's where I want my money to go. You want to put your money into this other bullshit? Go ahead. But I'll guarantee you at the end of the day, I'll guarantee you at the end of the day, the people, they're going to want to also benefit off of the beauty of the things that they have, that they see, the beautiful oceans without plastics. And they're going to say, hey, you know what? I'm not into dominating other and violating other peaceful people. And I'm not into that either.
But, like, that's what you're talking about, what you want, but the mechanics of all this, like the United States, I explained it to you, like us going to war and having an Israel in the Middle East so we can launch proxy wars all around it and whatnot. You don't have to sugarcoat it. That generates revenue, and our tax dollars get invested. It's an investment we make, and it kicks back a lot. And I mean a lot. We've made trillions of dollars off of wars in like fucking 200 years. All right, you're saying that you want where's your money coming from? You live in a volunteer society. What are you doing? You guys slave? You do slave labor for other countries? How are you making money?
No slave labor. The free exchange of peaceful people coming together, contracting with people. It's nobody else's business. How are you making money, though? Contracting with people. It would be the same exact thing. Whatever I do for business now, I would be doing it in a volunteer society with people who want to contract with me. What's the problem?
What are you contracting with these people?
Whatever contracts it is, whatever jobs it is. Whatever it might be. It could be anything.
It's labor.
No, it could be absolutely not. It could be marketing. It could be whatever. It could be a million different things. It could be whatever job you can think of right now. It could be one of those. In every category.
It could be one of those.
Of course it could.
Well, it's just like hunter, gatherer, or slave labor.
Why do you think that why are you thinking it's a primitivism? Like, that's weird. That has nothing to do with it. That's the exact opposite way we're going. We're moving forward, Toxic. We're taking the great Constitution that we've founded already. We've already figured out that a lot of it works. All right. We've also figured out that a lot of it doesn't work. We figured out that the foundation was pretty shitty, and we started off pretty bad, and we had a pretty bad start. And it wasn't even until maybe 50 years ago that every person in this nation even had the same fucking rights. Okay. If we started that Constitution in a different way with explicit consent instead of implicit, things would be much different. So I'm saying, let's take the Constitution and upgrade it very simply by adding explicit consent. And as soon as there's something that happens that violates your moral...
I understand all this. I understand you said all this, but the mechanics behind this, all right? If you look at another place that is isolated, like North Korea, it only exists as another proxy state for another large government, all right? So we'll take that out of the equation. You don't even have proxy funds, all right? North Korea literally has, for its economy, slave labor. That's one of your options, all right? Another option is you all just say, you know what, we're just going to live off the land and eat the animals and grow our own food and be hippies. But once you get into, I'm going to have a cell phone, we're going to have marketing and computers, you're already back in the system that you're trying to escape.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't have to be that way.
You haven't addressed that at all.
Hold on. I am. If we were moving, as a matter of fact, from today, yeah, you're right. But that doesn't mean that it has to be that way tomorrow, right? You have the ability. We can end all fucking problems tomorrow if we just stopped initiating violence on peaceful people and allowed people to contract freely with each other. What?
North Korea is an isolated nation. All right, that's what you're aiming for. but you don't want the proxy funds, right, to exist. Like, you get proxy from China and Russia to be there because that's a strategic defense against the West for them. You don't want that, right? You don't want the proxy. You don't want these funds for proxy. You're trying to escape that from us.
So, Beam, I think part of the issue is that Toxic is trying to articulate is that you can't do what your plan is in isolation. Like you can try to be isolated, but you won't be becoming an advancing society because you won't be able to work with other countries that effectively are like bombing the of other people. Like quite honestly, you will eventually probably be taken over. Even if you have defense, even if you have all these things, like you will be assimilated.
Yeah, there's no way that a voluntarist society would a voluntarist defense force would be less effective than our military right now.
How many people do you have in your society? Like ideally, like how many people will there be? Minimum amount.
We could do the whole world. We could have the entire world in on it.
No, if we had the whole world, one would be like a utopian Earth, right? Then we have like one like law. We would have one like sort of moral standard because morals are specific to places and communities and collectives, right? But what's the minimum amount of people that you believe are needed to fulfill this idea in your society? Be able to protect themselves, be able to like stave off other people from trying to take over, and how do you participate with countries that don't share that moral, that don't share your that don't share your morals and value?
I think you're forgetting that countries, especially the United States, operates in a way that it represents everybody in the nation, supposedly, right? That's how it operates. So when it goes around and it commits these war crimes and harms other people, steals resources, whatever else, these are things that what the quote unquote military is committing, right? So that is why most of the hate happens. Like, why would peaceful people aren't going to hate peaceful people? Like, that's not what psychology says. That's not where we've come to at this point. It's not in our self-interest to hate peaceful people. So the hate comes from the idea that we're committing these wars to begin with. So stop committing the atrocities, and you won't be a target for hate and attacks. It's very simple.
Name a powerful nation in the world today that is not committing war crimes outside of the Scandinavian countries.
Name a nation, name a military?
No, a powerful nation, a powerful sort of self-sustaining government today that is not committing war crimes. Name one.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's because they don't exist. That's because they don't exist. So even countries that like North Korea is committing war crimes, right? Like it's in isolation. Almost every country is contributing to war crimes, either implicitly or explicitly.
Okay, so what type of normative claims do you have on that though? You're saying that just because something is that way, it has to be that way? What's the point?
No, I'm saying that your position isn't ideal which is fine, but it's not realistic in the world in which we live. And quite honestly, I understand that some of the people that you hang out with sort of blame America for all of the crimes of the world, right? Which is a theory. It's okay, but part of the reality of it is that it's kind of not like America. In many cases, America was fighting countries that were also committing war crimes, right? They just sort of got involved. Even in the Middle East before the West got there, if you do like some history on the Middle East, like they were killing each other, like the various ethnic groups and various communities. It shows that America at some point got involved to whatever extent. And quite honestly, even before then, you can look up the American-Algerian Wars, you can look up the Barbary Wars, you can look up whatever, but there were some of these Islamic countries that were also already trying to attack America, and they were all the way overseas, right? We didn't have planes, and we didn't have military ships like we do today. Like a lot of what we see today is an extension of historical warfare that existed before America. America just kind of inherited it, right? Like even the Barbary Wars, they are connected to the Inquisition and the Reconquista, which were also wars between the European Catholics and North African Muslims. It just so happened that the Jews, who were also in the middle of it again, were in the middle of it. Like there's a whole history behind it. This is nothing new.
So you're saying?
I'm not saying.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that your idea is a righteous endeavor, but it's not just something that was invented when America became a country.
So I'm not even understanding your claim though. You're saying that everybody should be forced to pay into these proxy wars because why?
Yeah, it's not just even a proxy war. Like people, you think that America, I'm sorry, that the Israel Palestine thing is a proxy war? No, it's not necessarily a proxy war. To some extent it is right, because in a lot of ways, Gaza is a proxy war for Iran, right? So everybody's part of a proxy war to some extent. The Hamas, they are being paid by Iran, are facilitated by Iran to fight a proxy war. The same with Hezbollah, the same with all of these people, right? Like you brought this up earlier. This is not, and I don't know if America is using Israel to fight its proxy war, but I think everybody's to some extent participating in a proxy.
So no, but that's my argument. My argument is if I don't want to participate in this war, I don't want to put my tax dollars into the system and fund these things.
Well, you can leave.
And go where?
Yeah, a place where they aren't participating.
You know that's a logical fallacy. Saying that you should leave doesn't remove the moral claims.
I said you could leave if you want to.
Sure. And some of my friends have done that, and some of those same friends that have actually left because their families, their entire history was built in the United States, that if they try to come back to visit them, they've been denied over and over and over by the embassies. They're not allowed back in for the pure reason that they have too much there's too much incentive for them to not leave again. These are Americans that were, born in America, raised, and then decided, hey, I don't like what the system's doing. I don't want to pay into the system. So they left to a place where they didn't have to do that. But then they're not even allowed to come in to see the family. So the point is that running isn't going to stop anything, and running isn't going to change anything. And it also doesn't say. I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, if there was a place where they didn't have to pay taxes, they went to a proxy where I would be like very interested to know which country that was. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, someplace where like.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they bought an island somewhere.
Okay, so they weren't on an island. They were in isolation.
It sounds like it. Maybe that's what they did. They're still not able to come back. But still, okay, the idea, though, is still it's a logical fallacy to say, I'm telling you, right, if I brought to you, I said, hey, look, this is the United States, slavery's fucked up, and you say, you could leave. I'm saying, no, how about we just address slavery, right? Telling me to leave isn't going to stop the injustice, isn't going to stop the crimes. So when I say to you, why should I be forced to pay into a system that's violating? If I don't want to, why should I have to?
One, slavery on the land is different than proxy wars or whatever you want to call it in other countries. And quite honestly, for whatever reason, countries do have how do you call this, vested interest in certain things. And Toxic is right that a lot of the things that America has, the comforts and luxuries that we have actually brought to a lot of the world, even some of the countries that we have had proxy wars with, do benefit from those things. I'm not saying that is great. I'm not saying
and her ideology.
Say that.
Don't forget her ideology here.
Yeah.
Ideology stems from American, because Americans are the first people to do this. Because when Americans came from Europe, they found endless farmland, and before that they lived in feudalism, which means there was a little bit of farmland, and people would fight over it. Right? They had to have wars to control that, and the peasants had to work it. But people came to America, and there was more land to build a farm for every person on the fucking planet. So everybody could just come and go, hey, look, fuck you guys, I'm going to build a farm, live with my family there, and there's nothing you can do because I'm so far away. And that's where you get this ideology from. Because they had it. This is the only place where self-sufficient farming ever existed.
Exactly.
Obviously, it didn't exist long, because there's other countries saying, hey, America's got a lot of land we could get, so you need a central government to protect your little self-sufficient farmers.
There was anarchist writing in the 1700s talking about locations and regions around the world in the 1500s and the 1400s. It's mutualist societies isn't an American thing. It's not a Western thing. It's just a moral thing. That's it.
I'm pretty sure it's just gibberish.
Well, you want me to? What else you want me to say? The point is that it's not Western. It's these ideas, mutualism, right? Reciprocation, consent-based organized communities. These have been around for much longer than America has ever existed.
The anarchists just want the government to go away. But then you talk about building a new government, so you're obviously not.
No, it's not building a new government.
For more than a couple days.
Yeah,
it's not building a new government. No.
We talked about this.
But if you don't build a new government, how can you give people due process of law and shit, all the other shit you were talking about, without a government?
So we've talked about this before, and the reality of it is that if effectively they would be building another system that was very similar, if not the same, to America. Today, I mean, they'll try to remove the bad stuff. I guess the things that they find are bad, but essentially it'll be the same thing. Like, what if I kill somebody, right? God forbid. What if I kill somebody and I decide that I'm opting out of the system. Like, am I really opting out of the system, or will like your police forces, our security forces, like take me away because I actually killed somebody and I violated other people's rights? Like, you can't opt out. I mean, I guess you could create a system like that, and they can just say, oh well, opt out of the system, so you can't do anything to me.
So you can't opt out of a system by violating to violate somebody else's rights. You still have the consequences of that, whether you opt in or out. It doesn't matter. So if you're violating somebody else, you're still it doesn't matter. You don't have to opt in at that point. You've stopped reciprocating rights, so you don't even get them. So if you're gonna violate, rape, rob, you don't get rights. There is no protections for you. Be scared.
Okay, so then effectively you have the American or the modern policing system, right? Like you it may be the ones that we have today may be a little more aggressive in some ways, but essentially, like, you have the concept of like this universal rights that people don't have to opt into, and then you have this other system of rights that people do have to and opt into if they choose to, and it depends on like certain interactions. What if I steal somebody's building, right? Like, what if I, like, that's the negative rights versus positive rights. I think there's a whole book about this. Actually, I have a book here that you might be interested in called The Concepts of Law. Let's see if I can find it.
Positive and negative rights. That's a great concept. We're going to have to get into epistemology and then metaphysics, metaethics, and then we're going to have to talk about what the role of government should be. And we could do all that if you want, no problem. But I'm going to guarantee you we're going to come up with the idea that you are going to, have your idea of what morality is. I'm going to have my idea what morality is. You're going to have, everything's going to be subjective. We're going to have different ideas on what the role of government is going to be, right? And what I'm saying is that we both, the only society where both our moral principles can be honored is in a voluntary society where we're able to align with like minds voluntarily, freely. Otherwise, we're forced under a coercive state to operate under whatever the majority says, whatever majority rules, whatever the biggest gang says, right? You don't have to, in the police systems, the police forces, I mean, they wouldn't at all be the way that they are today. They're one of the biggest reasons to remove yourself and sever yourself is from the what modern police and law enforcement is. Law enforcement is law enforcement because there's law, right? And a lot of laws harm people because they consider them criminals and cage them and allow the state agents to use violent force, put guns to people's head for victimless crimes. That is insanity. Have you ever asked a cop, next time you talk to a cop, I want you to say, hey, look, if I didn't use my signal and you walked up to my car, you pulled me over and you walked up to my car and said, hey, license and registration. And I said, hey, look, I'm sorry I didn't use my signal, but, nobody was harmed, so I'm just going to be on my way. Say, what would you do? And they're going to say, find out. And then when they say, well, I'd ask it for you again, I demand it. And they say, well, I don't want to give it to you. I'm a peaceful person. I've never harmed another peaceful person in my entire life. I didn't use my signal. I'm on my way home. I gotta go, so I'm just gonna be on my way. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. What would you do? They will, in all cases, they will escalate all the way to death. They will say that they will use a full mile. That is insanity. That is what we have right now, policing our systems, policing our societies. Carte blanche authority, judge, jury, and executioner, just random dudes with power trips, right? Just human beings. And a lot of the times, I feel bad for cops because they don't, the stresses and the pressures that are put on them, it's not realistic and it's not fair. I don't think that
every time somebody like misuses a blinker or something and they are stopped by the police, they die.
No, I'm saying that in our society, you could ask any officer in any state of the nation. They have a duty. They take an oath to uphold the law, right? And I'm saying, if it's a law that's broken, that's harmed nobody, no person, no property, nobody's been harmed, they'd be willing to follow through and enforce that law, that breaking of that law, all the way to your death. And that's just a matter of fact. That is not a sane or rational society.
You did harm somebody, though. You harm society by breaking its laws.
Right. And that is the bullshit. That is where you call bullshit. That's that's a myth, that no person has been harmed. The only time you can say a person's been harmed is if they have a name.
You harm the person that's driving behind you that doesn't know that you're going to turn, or that's why we have traffic signals. It's not just so that law enforcement can flex. It's because in a majority society, you gotta tell people where you're going. So, like every little law, there's a reason, because somebody else can or will have been harmed by something. They don't just come up with the law because they feel like it that day.
Ashley, do you think that if I don't use my signal and you're behind me and nothing happens to you, right? You don't have to brake heavy, you don't have to do anything, you just witness it, right? You get a little frustrated maybe because you could have, you just frustrated, okay? Do you think you would support a police officer pulling me over, and then if I refuse to give him my license and registration, and I'm just like, listen, I'm sorry, I'm tired, I just worked back-to-back shift, I have to get home to my kids, they're waiting for me, I know that I didn't hit it, I was, whatever, I'm going to be on my way. You would support them escalating that all the way to my death?
I don't support them escalating it, but I do support fines, like what we have now, because if there's no repercussions for not doing the thing, there's no reason to do the thing. So, like, if there's no repercussions for me coming over and taking your car and saying it's my car now, what stops me from doing it? From even in your society.
From taking my car?
Yeah. I'm just going to come take your car. I haven't done as well.
Do you think that would be in your best interest?
It could be, because I'm getting a car.
Okay. And you'd be willing to take the chances and sacrifice what might happen to your children. You don't know who I am. You don't know if I'd come and get you and do anything. You're just completely okay.
I mean, I have the same things, access to the same things you do, right? I have access to the guns. You also don't know how many people I have around me. So what then just stops me from just taking what I want?
Well, what is your incentive? Well, would you do that? And let me ask you this: would you actually do that though?
Not right now. Society. Not in our society.
Hold on. Okay, so you said not in our society right now. Is the only reason you wouldn't do it in our society is because there are laws, or because you have morals?
There are people that do it.
No. I'm not asking them. I'm asking you. I'm asking Ashley. Would you personally? Would you do it if there was no laws?
Yes,
I wouldn't myself, but there's others that would.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. There's plenty of people that would.
Situation.
Okay.
I don't think you agree with any of the extreme examples of anarchy.
And then what would happen? Hold on, but listen. It doesn't mean that criminals aren't going to exist. I'm not saying that that's everything. You got to be kidding me. You would be in more danger to steal from somebody in a voluntary society than you would in this corrupt, backwards, I don't give a fuck police department shit who really don't give a shit about you, just some number. They can't barely get their shit together. Quote, are you kidding me? Imagine how critical and how easy and how fast it would be for people that actually make it there to come on. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. You turn it into a competition. You have two police departments next to each other, right? Two quote unquote police departments, investigative. We'll say investigative services, right? Security forces. We'll say two different security forces. You're telling me that they're not going to compete with each other to get business?
I opt out. I opt out of them, so they have no jurisdiction over me because I opt out.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
But you said
Why
people
not?
can opt out.
Because if you
Look at, we're gonna go in a circle again. This is gonna go in a circle again. It's happened multiple times.
Because
right?
if you stop reciprocating rights, hold on, wait, Toxic. Let me just answer Ashley. If you stop reciprocating,
you keep pointing to an objectivity.
But I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't hurt anybody. I took your car. I didn't hurt you.
Hold on, you stole private property. You stole private property.
Yeah, but I didn't hurt you. Yeah, hold on, wait. Toxic, I'm not sure. Define property. Like I say, that's mine. I say that's mine. That's my car.
Yeah, this is the circle.
It's my car.
I think you want judicial reform, and that's the safest place to put all your eggs. Because you keep saying you don't want a government, but then you refer to things that you would have to have a government for, like laws.
Property and law is property, or property is law.
Objective morality, all kinds of things that you want, but you can't have without a government.
No.
But you do have a very consistent animosity towards the judiciary branch. Because even if you get what you want, right, there's still going to be cops that violate people's civil rights.
No, I had explained.
And there's still going to be a slow-ass system that, right? See, you want the judicial reform to emphasize violent crimes over non-violent crimes, right?
But then it's going to be for profit. It's going to be for profit at that point. Like, justice is going to be
judicial reform, that's what you want. You don't want this.
What do you think it is now, Ashley?
It's not for profit
worse.
now.
It's only... hold on, wait a second. Not only is it for profit now, there are so many situations where we have no recourse. In a for-profit society, we can immediately, a bunch of people that say, oh, we don't like that judge is, has harmed and done enough, has violated enough of its customers, you're gone, right? You're able to you have to wait for the next election.
What about the impoverished person, though? What about the person that's impoverished that
just like any society, there will be some sort of recourse there will be some demand that will be filled. If there's a demand, if there's enough poor people, then some type of non-profit organization, something is going to pop up, just like it does now. It would just be more direct agency, more incentive to do it. You don't have, right now we
have homeless people now, right? What happens to the homeless people in your society when, they can't pay for their homes, but now if somebody walks up and slaps them, they have to pay into the police force to even go report a crime. Because otherwise they can't afford it. They can't afford whatever the policing is wanting you to pay because there's no cap on what they can charge.
Well, it really depends on whatever. It depends on the society that this homeless person would be around. It would be in the self-interest of police departments, no matter what. If somebody was slapped, even if they're a homeless person, it would be in the best interest of what would be a security department to find out running around, and so it doesn't matter.
I'm not getting anything from that person.
But it's in the business's self-interest to make sure that they're protecting their clients.
Why?
Because that's the business.
That's not their client, though.
No. But you're not. Hold on.
Their client. They're not paying.
Right, but the homeless.
That's not a client.
Actually, you're not listening. It's so their clients, if it's in a particular jurisdiction, okay, like let's say the homeless person gets slapped in jurisdiction A, that's just where they are, right? There is going to be some security department that is going to be incentivized to find whoever slapped this person, because if they're violating a homeless person, guaranteed they're now putting their customers at risk, their clientele. They're going to be fighting over to find who this guy is that slap this homeless person, okay? Because that's part of their job. It's going to be two competing institutions trying to do the best to figure out the best way to investigate, solve as many issues as fast as they possibly can, most effectiveness, most objectivity. I mean, it's literally built into the business model. That's all that it would just be better in absolutely every single way.
I don't think so, because then you got to think about, what if this homeless person doesn't actually live there? What if they're just passing through?
It doesn't matter if the person got hit, and if it got, listen,
that's not my client. They're not my problem.
I just explained this, Ashley. I'll explain it again. If a homeless person is walking through jurisdiction C, okay, well, the clientele, the security forms, let's say there's 5 of them.
The person that slapped the person is their client. The person they slapped is not their client, because they are not paying into that system.
Hold on.
So,
and that's exactly why they are incentivized for that homeless person who's not paying into their fucking thing. Go to them, hey, look, I just got slapped by somebody in your jurisdiction. That puts your clients at risk. They're going to be out there trying to find who violated that client, that person, not that client, who violated that person. Because even though that person is paying into the system, because if there was a violation in their district, it's their responsibility to go out and make sure that their clients are protected, because whoever the violator is in jurisdiction C. Right, so it's built in. It's just an incentive. It's just
a built-in incentive. Client. That is not their client.
What don't you understand about it being the self-interest?
Point of moderation. Are there any Kendos left in the audience?
What is going on,
so far, we got 3.
Like I was saying, if you're going off of this person paying, they're trying to get their business, but hey, they're just passing through. I'm not getting any money out of them.
It does. They're getting paid by their clients, Ashley.
Yes,
they're getting paid by their clients.
The person that slapped the homeless person, that's who's paying them.
Hold on. The person. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the person that is the violator. Okay, it is in their interest to find out who the violator is, even if it's their own client, because if that person is violating and violating other people's consent and harming people, then chances are they're harming somebody else, or they're going to do it again.
They're not harming anybody under the jurisdiction.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
passing through.
It doesn't matter. People don't just go up and slap people on a regular basis, okay? It's
okay, we're not going to say slapping. We're going to say, that's the people that they rob. You come through our area, and hey, I'm paying into the system.
Do you think that the client is protected?
I'm going to rob them.
Hold on. Do you think that the client is protected? Let me put it. Okay. So that's where you're getting confused.
The person that's not paying. The person that's not paying.
Okay, Ashley, is that how that works today in the police department? Let's say you and I live in the same town, and we're paying to the same exact police department. Am I protected? Am I protected? Hold on. Am I protected by that police department because I pay into that police?
Yes, because guess what? They all work together. In your society, nobody is working together. There's no need to work together.
What are you talking about?
There's no need to work together. Okay, so in my area, we have Union County, we have Alexander County, and we have Jackson County. Just coming up with 3 names, right? If somebody violates somebody in Union County, but they live in Alexander County, guess what? Union County is going to get on the phone with Alexander County and say, hey, we need your help to go find somebody.
So what makes you think that even if they're separate agencies, okay, that they...
Why do they need to communicate?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, but why wouldn't they communicate? It would make sense.
Because it takes away from their profit. It would take away from their profit for another agency to come in and do the job that they need to be paid for. If everybody's independent, then, and they're all competing, they're not going to work together. You're not going to work with somebody that you're competing with.
No. I come in to do the job. That's not what I'm talking about. Their only responsibility is their own clients. That's it. So where are you getting confused? I don't understand. What do you mean, like coming in? You're gonna have to give me a scenario.
I've been saying this whole time. Like, their clients are their responsibility. So the people that are not their clients are not their responsibility. So somebody, you're stopping. Yeah, you're stopping travel. Well, even just travel. Even if the person's not homeless, if they're from District 12 and they're going to District 4, right? That's not their client. Hey, you haven't paid into our system, so I can't help you.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works. If there is a violation,
because everybody has their own sense of justice. Everybody has their own idea of what the law should be.
It would be a poor business model, because then their clients wouldn't be protected. They need to make sure their job in District 12, their job is District 12.
District 4 to protect that person.
Right, their District 12 is the only job is to protect District 12, right? That's it. District 12 clients, if that's the case, right? So what, I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, somebody from District 4 gets violated, or somebody in District 12 gets violated in District 4. That's not their client. What are they going to do? Call District 12 and, have to go like 500 miles in order to take care of that client that traveled to District 4?
No, because as I explained before, if there's a violation within a district, just how the police department, exactly how the police operate now, they would be very similar to how they would operate in the society. Hold on. Yeah, exactly. They're competing, and that's okay. And that's okay, because the two police departments aren't, getting. They're still getting paid separately. They have an incentive. They still have an incentive to make that their clients
work together. Do they work together? If Walmart runs out of Heinz ketchup, can they call over to Target and say, hey, I'm out of Heinz ketchup. I see that you have an overstock. Can I get some of that Heinz ketchup put onto my shelf in order to make a profit?
I mean, they could. I don't think that it works that way. I don't think it works that way. I don't think so.
Why wouldn't the police department work in the same way in that form of society if they're for profit and if they're competing against each other?
Because it's their job to keep their district safe.
Out for you.
Because
that's it. In your society, everybody is out for you. You are out for yourself. And if everybody is individualistic and if everybody is out for number one, then nobody's looking out for anybody but themselves.
And I think the security and the security department is a for-profit system. So, like, what if somebody pays more money to that, even if it's within the same district, like somebody pay the opposition, right? The person that violated you has more money than you. They can pay for them to like drop the case. Yeah, it's a bad business model, but but they still make more money at the end. So it's a good business model, actually.
Try judicial reform. You might have to compromise a little bit on some of the other social issues. Judicial reform sounds like what you really want.
I'm all for police reform. I'll say that right now. Like, I think that it needs to be opened up and redone.
So this like self-government shit's like a fucking it's like reinventing the wheel, but the wheel's a square. Doesn't have laws, it does have laws, it's schizophrenic.
Yeah, it's like it's based on this idea that there's a universal morality that everybody sort of agrees to, and which we kind of do already, right? but you have to be indoctrinated into the system of morality. It's not something that you can like come up by with yourself or by yourself. Like we all do it. Every country indoctrinates its population to have a system of morality towards the other people within the state or system, right? Like we are all Americans. We all drive on the same side of the road. We all pay for things with this type of money through this type of system. We're all indoctrinated into it. When you go through school, you learn who the police are. You learn who the firemen are. You learn what their jobs are. You learn what doctors are and what doctors do. School is a system of indoctrination into a moral society. Whether or not you agree with the morals later on in life is something else. But that's how societies work. You have to socialize people. You have to acculturate people. You have to create a system of law and teach those people the basic foundations of that law.
You don't have to. It's just what you want to do.
No, you have to. Otherwise, you raise children who are disassociated from reality. Right? Like I find a lot of people. I have a lot of friends who grew up in very religious communities where their parents homeschooled them or put them through a private school system, and they didn't learn how to deal with people in the rest of the world. And in some cases, they got in trouble. In some cases, they learned like pretty quickly once they like left those communities how the real world works. But essentially, you have to. And like that's part of the job of the adult is to raise their children in the society around them to perpetuate the society. Societies have to be perpetuated in order to maintain. Like what happens if in the next generation after Bima like and her cohort pass away, does the society start over?
Why would you say that?
Start anew? Say that again.
Say God forbid.
Fine. God forbid. God forbid. Like what happens when the first generation of that society pass away? The people in the next generation are either continuing what was started because they were indoctrinated into doing it, or they will start a new society or new structures of society. Or maybe a combination of the two. Like, right, this is why when you can't just like pick up a law book and decide that you are a lawyer. You have to be indoctrinated into the legal system. You have to go through law school. You have to do internships. You have to understand how the law works. You have to understand.
Oh, Beam, this is another problem is who sets these laws? Like you can say everybody comes together and agrees on them. Well, what if like what if say even just 50% of the people think that theft is a victimless crime? That theft isn't against the law. Like theft is fine. Let's just, theft isn't, there's nothing wrong with theft.
You gotta remember, laws came with age. Like Hammurabi's laws. Many of those laws is used now. So, yeah, there's a reason we have these laws.
There's a book that I came into contact with recently called, I think it's like, it's about Bedouin law and how Bedouins in the desert developed their own legal system. And I think this was like pre-Islamic. But it's like, the desert is the Wild West, and Bedouins are a sort of traveling people. They don't stay stationary, and yet they find a way to create like a legal system in case certain things happen that are outside of their social norms. Like what happens when, a 3-year-old dies because her husband killed her or something like that. I mean, and their system and their reality, in many cases, or in some cases, it is illegal to like marry, children, and you would say from your system's perspective that is morally wrong. It has an objective moral reality, but it doesn't. That's completely subjective. It sounds crazy, but the reason why we got here today is because of Western civilization.
Oh wait, I have another thing I can point out. Okay, so everybody's agreeing on laws, but what is it like? Each district has their own rules because I mean you can opt in or opt out. So let's say again with travel, that system makes travel impossible because if I don't know, chewing bubble gum on the sidewalk on a Sunday is illegal in District 12, but in District 4 it's fine. Like how do you keep all the laws in all these different districts straight?
Yeah, the same way that we do in the United States. People, state to state, you get get arrested and jailed for victimless crime in state A, you go to state B, and it's perfectly fine. You can't, put your basketball hoop on the street to play basketball in this city, but it's a misdemeanor of up to $5,000 or however that would work, and then a fine, right? Or in this other place, it doesn't matter. I mean, like, it's the same way. It's a bunch of people coming together, and they're deciding on what they want to do. And I still haven't gotten a better answer from anybody of why I should be forced to do something, or why I should force you to do something against your will. That I'm not making moral claims. I'm saying that in society. Right, but
the whole. But all these little laws that we see is
but that's according to you. I disagree with you, and a lot of other people would disagree with you. So who's right?
Traffic lights. If you want to
Ashley, just go with that. Hold on, Ashley. Ashley.
It is a victimless crime to run a stoplight unless there is a victim that is trying to cross that intersection. Then there becomes a victim. So then that's why it is a crime, or that's why it is against the law to run a traffic light, because you don't always know what's coming.
So Ashley, so you have the way that you think society should be, and I have the way that I think society should be. Who's right, me or?
I would say whatever benefits society the most. I think that stopping at traffic lights, it benefits all of society. I think that if you just leave it up to people being honest, I think it would crumble. I really do. I do not trust people.
And so I say the same thing. I say the same thing about my society. I think my society would benefit the people more. That's why I want to do it. So now who's right?
In your society, if this person, they get in the habit of running red lights, but there's one time when there's another car, everybody's just running red lights because there's no reason to stop it.
There's rules. There's rules. No. There's rules in my society. There's rules in my society, and if you violate the rule, however those properties would work, they would all work as citizens and businesses or collectives, but they would be voluntarily. But that's why it's called voluntarism, because they would be voluntary collectives. Okay, so now I say, but don't get distracted with that though. My point is, government. Hold on, Bookie. So my point still now is you still think that your society is the best for the people. I'm absolutely certain that my society is best for people. So now,
well, I'm gonna be this. Okay, so I can opt out of a law, right?
No. Ashley, I'm talking about. Listen, we could go through. Hold on.
I opt out of the rule. I don't agree with it.
Ashley, you're losing the track of thought that I'm trying to have with you, right? I'm not talking about the specifics now. I'm saying after you and I have gone down 100 issues, we've gone down thousands, right? We've spent 5 years going through every issue, you and me, back and forth, everything that we could think of. And at the end of the day, I say, look, my society is better, and you say, my society is better. Okay? Now, I have my evidences of why. You have your evidences of why. Now, who's right, you or me?
Everybody's going to say me. Everybody is.
Okay,
Because
hold on.
People are different.
Hold on. I'm asking you who is right, me or you, and according to what? Just because other people are saying that you're right?
I am. Just like you say you are.
Okay, all right, now good, because now we're getting somewhere.
Their own rules. Everybody's operating under their own rules.
So now you're saying you're right, and I'm saying I'm right. So now the difference is that under your society, you have no problem enforcing your preferences and the things you want on me, but I am not going to do that to you.
But all in all, you aren't, because I mean, in this society, you have to follow somebody else's rules.
No, you're going to be able to congregate. You're going to be able to, if you want to build a military up with people who have like minds, you want to get it as big as however many millions of people, you go person to person and you build it up, and go ahead, you could do that. Whatever you want, as long as it's voluntary, as long as people are coming to you and saying, I want to do this, right? And I'm saying that, all I'm saying is that's the society that I want. I'm saying that your society is not doing that, though. You're saying I'm going to have everybody do what I want because I'm...
Your society has the roses, I have the military. I come in, I kill all your people, I get your roses.
Are children forced to follow laws in this society?
Are children forced to follow laws in a voluntarist society?
Mm-hmm.
You mean rules? Because there's not a centralized authority in the same way that we...
Okay, so are they forced to follow rules? Are they forced to follow rules?
Well, they wouldn't be able to reciprocate rights until they can take responsibility for 100% of their successes and 100% of their failures. So it would be up to their parents, right? Their parents would be responsible for those children until that time, whatever that time might be. So until those children can themselves reciprocate rights and enter rights reciprocation and, be self-sustaining, then it's up to the parents. It just, guardians.
So family members can molest those children with no ramifications.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We're still getting away, and I still want to know who society is, who right, Ashley, and I want you to answer this. You're saying that your society is right only because of what? You have nothing. You can't give me any moral justification of why your society is right over mine. No, you can't.
We protect the people that are weak. Your society only protects those that are strong. It's the strongest survive.
The complete opposite. My society does everything. My society does everything that your society, it forces. Your society uses initiation of force and aggression upon peaceful people. You arrest peaceful people. And this is the thing, but this is the idea. These are our opinions, right? And if I could, even objectively, could come up with an entire list, I said, right, hypothetically, I want to know what your moral claim is to say that you're right and I'm not. And it has not, I'm talking about a moral principle to decide how you're right and I'm not.
Morality
because I can prove, I'll be able to prove that exactly, Sam. Thank you. So now what, Ashley?
But I'm telling you, so...
And it's fascinating that someone like Sam is going to say morality is objective, but then turn around and say that the law...
I said morality is subjective. It's not objective, it's subjective.
Right, and I'm saying that's fascinating to someone who... You believe in a state? You believe in statism?
Everybody believes in the state.
Okay.
Even you.
Okay. So I mean, I know descriptively that a state exists, but
So,
I don't believe in it morally. No, I
You
don't.
said it's
I reject a
government.
state. I reject all states. I believe that they're the most dangerous. It's the most dangerous superstition. It's a myth.
You said y'all got a constitution.
No, there's no constitution. I mean, you can have a constitution if you want, but you would have to opt into it, right? You would contract.
The reality of it is that.
So how do you know about the law? Like, not the laws, like your society.
We're back here.
But we have that now. If you want to opt out of being in the United States, there are plenty of other countries that you can go to.
And that's a logical fallacy. Again, it doesn't. We're talking about the moral. We're talking about whether or not it is. What is the best practice? Okay, we're talking about normative claims. We're talking about normative claims, Ashley.
Are we not?
Telling me,
Not a collective.
Ashley, if it was slavery times, and I said, "Hey, Ashley, buddy, I see that people are enslaving people, and I don't think that that's right," and then you say to me, "Well, Bima, you can leave. That's not in our."
Exactly, because we have to have laws.
So
to protect against stuff like that.
You can opt out of the Constitution, but you can't hurt anybody.
So can we survive without government?
So you should. I'm sorry, look, I wanted to. So you should know about slavery, right? The reason why these people who had slaves were able to maintain the idea of slaves is because they also didn't count those people in their society, right? They said only people within our society are the people that cannot be slaves. So all of these other people who are outside of our society, however they got there, whether we deem them outside of society or whatever, they can become slaves because they are no longer people. There's a concept in law called personhood. A person, right? It's not just because you have a physical body, but because you belong to the system or the body of law, that therefore you have personhood. We in America is really the first country that said outsiders to our system have a type of personhood. This is why we have this argument right now about what ICE and Trump are doing, because through the Constitution we have developed a system of law that gives anybody that is on American soil what they call the 5 basic laws, right? And one of those things is due process, and that does not exist in every society community. It's not universally recognized, because in many countries you go to, if you're outside of their legal system, if you're not a citizen, right? This is where we get the idea of citizenship. Having citizenship gives you personhood into society. If you are not a citizen, you are outside of their legal system, then you do not have any rights whatsoever, and yet you can be prosecuted by them by their system of law. Just because you are not within that legal structure as a normative citizen, as you say, does not mean that you cannot be impacted by the law itself.
I just want to say this. Look,
and under your system, it's still the police is still there. So I mean, in all reality, they are still coming in. Even if I do a basic, like travel violation, or a basic, or say I offend you in some way, you're still contacting that police force to come use force on me. But then it could escalate even further than what we have now, because you're their client, you're paying for it.
All right, so
no, that's still their curious. That's not how it goes. The best, people like keeping customers happy is the best business model. So they're more likely to keep you happy that's paying into that system versus me, who is just coming in.
Is the objective of your society to not have a government?
That's correct. No monopoly on force.
Wait, is it to not have a government, or not for the government to, how you say it, operate through legislation and enforce it through violence?
Well, that's correct, yes.
All right, so what kind of natural rights is your society offering?
whatever the people want to congregate and collectively agree to. That's not up to me to decide. That would be up to each group, each people to decide.
All right. So would you say land is a natural right?
No. A natural right now, I wouldn't. Rights are only things that people agree to. So
right, that what you said, natural rights are only things people agree to.
Well, no. What I'm saying is like what the idea of natural rights are, right? What I'm saying is descriptively what it actually translates to is just people saying, okay, let's agree to say this or let's agree to do this.
But what you're describing is exactly what the Pilgrims did, and we see how that turned out for the people that already lived here. But
right. We see how the Constitution and the United States government colonized first another government, right? Do you see? There's going to be a trend, and what you're going to see constantly is governments or this collective mentality coming and using massive amounts of destruction and harming people under the idea of a government. So it was actually the United States. Individuals weren't enslaved. People were enslaved by government because they had force, they had jails, they had agents, state agents to go out and do this because they were funded by taxation. Okay, these weren't done. In a voluntary society, that shit would have been cut out first fucking thought.
I'm going to say micro governments. That's what you're describing as micro governments.
All right. So Beamer, look.
For profit.
All right. So Beamer, are you saying that people have to agree upon to preserve life, the right to liberty, the right to own property, freedom of speech, the right to make a living, and freedom of religion? I don't even include the right to have a family. I never heard of that. But price of religion. So you're saying that in order for these things right here to be a natural right, people only have to agree upon.
That's correct.
So if everybody agrees that slavery is legal, that they have a right to enslave people?
No, that's might makes right. That's just a bunch of people coming together, right, and just doing that and enforcing that on other people. Obviously, there's not an agreement upon everybody. Some people are going to say, I don't want to be a slave.
All right, so individually, you agree that a natural right is what makes someone able to say, I don't want to be a slave. I have the freedom of speech. These things that no one can take away, right?
Well, they can take them away. That's a problem.
People could take away our freedom in this society legally?
Well, it has happened. That's what the United States did, right?
Yeah, and they established that a natural right of the freedom of liberty was entitled to all.
Then we collectively came together and we said that it was wrong, and we created laws or rules in order to not do that anymore.
Rights. To enforce these natural rights.
So do you think society largely believes that this was the better idea, like at this point? Okay. Yeah. Do you think that so okay, that's great. I want to hear that. Do you think that if laws disappeared tomorrow that people would start enslaving people in the United States?
Yes, 100%.
It could. They could, because it would benefit somebody else. Because like you working for me for free, if I said, hey, I own you now.
Yeah, like you gotta remember, these are natural rights you're speaking of, and that also entitles the freedom of property, the right to have property. And that was the dilemma. Was these
what is property
or was they
with
people?
No law?
And now
Loki,
listen.
Without
so
law,
now,
what is property?
Hold on.
What is property?
Hold on. They had to establish that each individual had the right to their own life. Now, once they established that, they was able to say this person is not property. This is not a thing. Now, if this is why I'm asking her, if we have these natural rights such as property, such as life, such as like liberty and happiness and all this, whatever the shit is, why not include land if it is just as needed as a natural right as all of these? You need land to make a living. You need land to be free.
But yeah, even under that system, the system that you're describing, Bima, there is no property. because who draws up what property is? Who decides where the property line is?
The same. In this, what do you mean?
You have to agree with your neighbor where your property lines are?
Before rulers and emperors and all this other stuff started to define what property was, people just they were just peaceful people. They came together and they made agreements, and that was it. They kept archives.
No, they did not.
They fought
They absolutely did.
because
And
they thought that those
archives
people's
all
property
over.
was
They
their
used
property.
archives. Hold on, but this is what's interesting. You guys are saying.
Oh no, that's not your property.
So what I hear is that it's right to enforce your preferences on a bunch of people just because you think that it's right. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what your society would do as well. That's what your society would do as well.
That's exactly what my society could not possibly do. My society would literally not do that.
Okay, under
The society
your
can't
society,
possibly
I
exist.
opt out
Like,
that
we can
murder
see
is
it
wrong.
as root.
I go and I kill somebody. Well, what happens to me?
Why do you keep thinking? Why do you keep thinking? Oh, actually, I heard you. So why do you keep thinking?
Building it. It doesn't even have a foundation. It's both groupists and individuals at the same fucking time, which is impossible. It has laws. It doesn't have laws. It is a collective agreement. It's just another term for law. How can you be groupists and individuals at the same time?
The same
This is
exact
the first step.
Toxic.
Let's stay here until we can go further.
Listen, most of society would be exactly the same. If I were to snap my fingers and we were to all wake up in a voluntary society tomorrow, largely the structure would all the structure would be the same. All of the things that we've already figured out are the better things to do, and we've already sorted through to say what are good ideas and what are bad ideas. We're not just going to disregard them. We're not going to just start to regress as people. The only difference is that we would The only difference is that we would mature because we'd be able to put our productive ability into things that align with our principles. That's the only difference.
Details are relevant.
So you were to wake up to tomorrow. Imagine you woke up tomorrow.
Under the jurisdiction, correct?
Actually, but you opting out.
The details just keep going around and around.
Hold on, don't.
I opt out.
Okay.
I opt out. What happens to me? I opt out. What happens to me? And that's
absolutely.
No more details.
I don't think murder. I don't think murder.
The details will keep coming and coming. It won't get anywhere.
Murder. You stepped on my toe, so I murder you.
Ashley,
you step on my toe. What happens to me in that society? I opt out of the system.
Ashley, you can opt out.
You step on my toe. I think that's an egregious act. You stepped on my toe. So therefore, I pull out my gun and I shoot somebody. But I opt out of the system. I don't think murder applies to me. I think if you step on my toe...
They collectively agree they're going to live together and not kill each other, right? But are you individualist?
I cannot opt out. I don't agree with that. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What happens to me?
They're individualists, but they're also groupists at the same time.
Let her answer. I opt out. I do not agree that, that there are certain lines that can't be crossed. Me as an individual, that if you step on my toe, then I have every right to murder you because that is the morality that I have set for myself. That is what I opt in for. I do not
answer that, but it's just going to lead to another question, and then another one, and then another one, and another one. We should start at the very basics of this. She's proposing that individuals come together and collectively agree, and then they are going to be both individuals and groupists at the same time, which is not logically possible. Because they're not going to have the majority rule, right? They're not going to have a democracy like we do as individualists. And they're not going to be border like Japanese people and shit who are all groupists, and they have unspoken rules and shit amongst themselves. Because there's this individualist freedom. This is like the first step in the society, and I don't think it's possible to reconcile. Is it?
So Ashley, I don't even really know how to. It sounds like you're gonna. I mean, you're giving me these scenarios, but you know that you would never do that in real life, right? This is like a sociopath. When I say voluntary, you don't get to like redefine voluntary as I get to do what I want without a consequence. That's not what voluntarism is, right? That's just illusion.
She's asking how that's one contradiction.
You can.
Why would you do it? Look at it. That's a bigger problem. I give you a smaller
You can
problem.
opt out of the voluntary society, the mutual respect all you want, but you can't opt out of actual reality of what your consequences are. If you violate somebody's life or somebody's property, you still are the aggressor no matter what, and you just gave everyone around you moral and practical justification. Hold on, but what you just did, hold on, Ashley, let me finish. What you just did by shooting somebody that stepped on your toe was you gave everyone around you moral and practical justification to stop you by any means necessary. Because you're describing psychopathy wrapped in words. You're using opt-out to avoid responsibility for initiating violence. Right? That's exactly what voluntarism condemns. That's what voluntarism condemns. You understand? Voluntarism is you can live however you want to live as long as you don't initiate force. But once you decide to initiate aggression, you become the aggressor, shooting someone overstepping on your toe. You're not practicing voluntarism anymore. Yeah. You've broken the one rule, which is to not hurt people who haven't hurt you. And that's it. You can't scream. You can't say I opt out and then murder somebody. Any more than a thief gets to say I don't believe in ownership and then they get to rob you. It doesn't matter. It's not about you opting out of you can't opt out of consequences. You would be stopped, and you would be stopped quickly for the same reason why you wouldn't do it today. Okay, you don't need a government to justify self-defense. Well, I'm trying to say you would be, but Ashley, you would be ostracized. If you decided to shoot somebody who stepped on your toe in a voluntary society, nobody would pick you up in any way. You'd be ostracized. You'd be blacklisted from any type. Nobody would want to interact with you or contract with you. You would be a liability. You would be living on your own, completely isolated. Nobody would do anything. You'd be free to act like a lunatic, but no one else is obligated to tolerate it. Nobody's gonna want you in their stores.
Everybody else says that other person aggressed on me first, right? Because there's no law saying where that line is. Is it when I fear for my life, or is it when somebody steps on my toe? Because that can be seen as a form of aggression if somebody pushes me.
The non-aggression principle is a maxim, Ashley. It's supposed to say if your life is threatened, right? If someone steps on your toe, if someone slaps you, if someone like these things, okay, those are violations, but they're not life-threatening violations. If a 3-year-old kid comes up and slaps you on your leg, right? Your life isn't being threatened.
Yeah, you can live in a group of people and not kill each other. It's called groupism. It doesn't need to be a law. It could just be rude. It could be frowned upon. They all agree. They all know they can't survive. That's called groupism. There doesn't have to be laws etched in stone. Individualists do need those laws, and you have both. And you didn't address that. I don't think you can. It's a very simple problem.
Bima, didn't we have this argument with Carmelo Anthony with that whole trial that you said because he aggressed on because Metcalf
you're just gonna build this shit, liar.
He had every right to stab him in the chest and end his life. Weren't you on that side of that argument?
So the thing is that listen,
You were on
he
that
could have
side
done
though?
a lot of things. Listen, he could have done a lot of things, and that's not saying that that should be the standard created for that type of scenario. Okay, but that's not what we're measuring when we put somebody on trial for murder. What we're saying is whether their actions were justified or not. And I'm saying that
And
ultimately hold on. Ultimately, I'm saying ultimately.
When I say that,
Ultimately, what I'm saying is Carmelo Anthony. Ultimately, what I'm saying is Carmelo Anthony. Was he a coward? We could say he's a coward. We could say he was a pussy. We could say he was weak-minded. We could say he was stupid. We could say that he had that he was a horrible human being. That he was a piece of shit. We could say all of those things. But if we're going to put him to trial for murder, you cannot put the onus on the defender for a series of events that were initiated by not the defender, by the aggressor.
That person stepped on my toe. I'm going to go right back to that. That person stepped on my toe.
And I explained to you that that's the max of the non-aggression principle isn't to say you stepped on my toe so I get a chance to murder you. Nobody who believes in the non-aggression principle is going to say something stupid like that because it's not how that works. The idea is that it's used as a maxim to say if you believe your life is threatened, which you have to be able to logically, you have to be able to show, okay, look, my life was being threatened, so I'm able to defend myself, okay? If it was an accident, obviously these things, that's not non-aggression principle violations. That's just an accident.
And what's another way of kicking these people out of your society? Jail. Because you said that, hey, I can't murder this person because they stepped on my toe. Even let's say the step on was purposeful. They aggressed on me first. They slapped me. They pushed me. So I aggress on them. I end their life. You said that, all society you'll be blacklisted. That's pretty much what jail is. They're just in a facility that takes care of them, that you get meals every day. In fact, I think your society, it would be worse for criminals. Like, because pretty much they would have to starve to death, and I think that's far worse in a society than putting somebody in a prison away from society, but they still get 3 square meals a day. They still get a place to sleep. They still get, basic human rights. But yours, basically, if that person is not a part of society, they have no human rights at all.
And this is where we get to the idea of personhood. Personhood is the foundation of a person having rights within a society. And Bima's position is that you can opt out of the personhood, and the reality of it is, in all cases, or mostly all cases, right? I don't know of a society where one exists. If one opts out of personhood within society, one effectively is pushed out of society.
I'm not sure if that's anything personhood. No, personhood is just who gets rights. That's what personhood is. That's why we use the term personhood, right?
You were saying that a person can opt out of these structures, out of this whatever. Therefore, they are opting out of their rights also, because not only in society are you opting into following rules, you're also opting into having rights granted to you by the society. So it goes back and forth. It goes both ways.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but it still would be your choice. That would still be your choice.
Let me know when I can tap in.
That it would still be your choice. If you wanted to stop reciprocating rights with other people, then go ahead and do it. But just because you're a sociopath or a psychopath doesn't mean that other people are still going to defend themselves and protect themselves. So you're going to have to deal with the consequences of that.
I think the reality of it is that a lot of people are sociopaths, right? And a lot, yes, it may sound crazy to you, but there are a lot of societies, and we can probably find a lot of proof out there that in an uncontrolled society, you find is what I call the wild west, right? Where any person does whatever they want to, however they want to, and like you said, might is right. And even that if that's the unintended consequence, is still the consequence. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna jump in. Bima's been on this app for years, bastardizing the language around the non-aggression principle. I don't think she's ever read Murray Rothbard, where this comes from. But you got to understand that this is derivative from John Stuart Mill's harm principle that he wrote about in On Liberty, another book that she hasn't read. I think that these concepts have been best articulated by Ayn Rand, who reframes it as the non-initiation of force axiom. But whether you talk about not initiating force, non-aggression, or the no harm principle, in either case, you're simply saying that that utilizing force or initiating force, initiating aggression, initiating harm, that's where the crime is committed, and that you reserve the right for a righteous retaliatory force. And the problem that Bima runs into with her mixing this with this anarchist ideology, which is born out of just this childish philosophy that comes from lefties that are not committed to a real, thorough, rigorous, ideology. She's basically mixed these two things and thinks that they're compatible with one another, and they're actually not, because in order to have the right to retaliate, you have to have a system that honors the structure that you can't commit harm or you can't initiate force. And if you have an anarchist society, you don't have anyone with the authority to make the decision of identifying that somebody's either done harm, initiated force, or coercion, and then can righteously impose their will of retaliatory force. And so it's just a very sloppy, non-rigorous thought experiment that attracts some really weird people. And at the end of the day, there's a reason why you don't see anarchist societies, and the reality is that anyone that puts it to the test, they understand it breaks really quickly. And when you start asking Bima the real questions about, well, what would it be like in an anarchist society? Who would have the nukes? 5,500 nukes in North America. If the government was gone tomorrow, we have nuclear subs, we have nuclear bombers, we have silos with nuclear weapons. Who's going to use them? And under what set of circumstances would it be right to utilize them in retaliatory fashion? She doesn't have an answer for any of these things. This is just fantasy. It's absolute fantasy, and she's put 5 minutes of thought into it and 1,000 hours of fucking words. It's craziness, and it makes no fucking sense, and she doesn't understand the non-aggression principle at all. I recommend she read Murray.
I'm going to read Murray Rothbard. Thanks for letting me know who he.
So there is a set of laws and shit that they follow?
What was that?
There's laws. There is a government with laws and all that. It's not just groupies that have, like, customs.
Hello? Is anybody there?
I'm.
Okay, so Toxic asked the question. So in Murray Rothbard's conclusion, or his idea is, there are laws that people follow. Like, I've not read them, so I don't know. And apparently,
So what Murray and others have proposed is that you don't need government, and what you would do is that you would privatize security, and you would have private security forces that you would engage with. So and let's say you were accused of a crime.
let's say you were accused of murder, for example, you would then find a contractor, security contractor that has lawyers, and you would privately seek their counsel to protect you. The victim would then hire a separate one that would then try to prosecute you. The problem in this system is that there is no arbiter of justice. There is no judge in this system. So they talk about having private security forces, but one security force is going to be more well funded than the other. And the people that have access to resources to be able to pay for the best security force, they're going to be the ones that get the justice. And so what happens is you take an imperfect system that we have today and you make it even worse by not having a system of justice at all. You're essentially saying that whoever has might can go ahead and inflict their will, and then in order to bring them to justice, you would have to pay for a security firm that can then go and exact that justice. And so if you have no money, you're not going to be able to participate in this because nobody's going to voluntarily fund you. If you're accused of murder, nobody's going to want to defend you unless you have resources to defend yourself. And so what Murray Rothbard theorized was that the idea is that he was critical of this idea of how did he frame it? The monopoly of violence. And he said that the state has a monopoly on violence, that they could come with guns and they could apprehend you and they could take you into court, they could lock you in a cage. All these things are true. The problem is the alternative he's proposing is a democratization of violence. What he's suggesting is that you should give everybody the ability to commit violence, and by democratizing it, somehow that's better than having someone that has an authority with a responsibility, with a standard that you're upholding, such as individual rights, and then having a codified set of laws. The other thing that's interesting to know about Murray Rothbard is when he failed to convince people that this was a good idea, this guy that was an anarchist, the guy that was that wanted to sell you on the non-aggression principle, you know who he tied in with politically towards the end of his life? Paleo-conservatives like Pat Buchanan and KKK members like David Duke. And so when you really start thinking about who this guy is fundamentally, what he was a guy that read philosophers that were much more intelligent than he was. He was in a school of economics from the Austrian school that had much greater economists, guys like Karl Menger, guys like Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich Hayek. Rothbard was the bottom barrel, and all he did was took ideas that he barely understood, and he went and he bastardized them. He famously feuded with Ayn Rand, who, when Atlas Shrugged came out, he wrote a letter. You can go Google this and find the letter that he wrote to her. It was a love letter saying how much he really appreciated it and it changed his life. I read that book, felt the same way, by the way. And then later, when he started taking her ideas and tweaking them a little bit and making them worse and making them make less sense, she called him out and said, well, he took the best parts of what I said, gave me no credit for it. I have the love letter to prove that, I'm his inspiration, but then he took things that I don't believe in and he tried to, and then he put all these bad ideas layered on top of it. The only people that paid any attention to him were radicals that were looking for something to believe in. The early Libertarian Party was fascinated by his shit, and then when he realized that they had no real political swagger, that's when he tied in with these paleo-conservatives. And really the only thing that his mantra was at that point is that he went from an anarchist to a closed-bordered bigot. And these are the ideas that Bhima comes and talks about as if this is like this enlightenment that is going to that's going to free everybody. You guys should read Murray Rothbard, the early stuff, the middle stuff, and the late stuff. It's interesting, but it's not as profound as he makes it sound. If you want to understand a logical sequence that borrows from these same ideas of reducing government power and a government authority and asserting that you do have the right to retaliate, you should read Anarchy, State, and Utopia by Robert Nozick. He's a minarchist, if you're not familiar with what that is. It's an advocacy for minimal government, not anarchy. And what he does in his book is he destroys anarchy from top.
Thank you. Actually, all of these things actually came up earlier to varying degrees. Ashley and Toxic both presented her with some of the same issues that you brought up, and there were no like clear answers. And I actually brought up the idea that if someone were to game the system in this sort of like pay for security forces system, isn't that just like perpetuating the might is right situation, which she wants to get away from because she believes that America as an entity is using this might is right to like inflict pain on other people, and she wants to opt out of that system. But effectively, if somebody or some collective of people were to game the system, they would wipe out all the other security forces, and then all the security forces would be their own because they will have the largest amount of money, they will have the largest amount of influence, and they would do the same thing. Also, the idea of having lawyers without having a governmental system to how do you call this, to impart justice, like or lawyers, judges, to like say what is just and what isn't just, is fascinating. There seems to be like no foundation of law or justice or rule or order, and even though it is an attempt to get away from the might is right system, it is effectively re-perpetuating it.
Yeah, what's even worse is if you pin her down and say, okay, so you don't want police. She'll say, yes, we don't want police. But you want to privatize the function that police would serve. Yes. So basically she wants police, she just doesn't want it run by a government. So it's this wordplay of like, we don't like government. More specifically, we don't like the U.S. government. So this all starts with a distrust of government, which I think we all should have a healthy dose of that, right? Because we know that the government can do some things that we don't trust them, and we have good reason to not trust them. The problem is that what she's offering is even worse. It's not offering a solution. In fact, she's offering a replacement with just changing words. We're going to have a private security force. So instead of being held accountable to the people and have elected sheriffs or appointed police chiefs that are hired, we're just going to have people that just spring up. And if they've got a gang of people, they've got ammo and if they've got ammunition and firearms, then they're the ones that are going to serve justice. There's no code. There's no sense of authority of who's going to implement these things. There's nothing. But the biggest problem that she has, and this is the thing that she'll never reconcile, is that there's two major branches of anarchy. There's a lot of niche things as well, but the two major branches are the first came out of left-wing philosophy. The left-wing anarchists are anarcho-communists. They want collective rights first. Then you have the anarcho-capitalists that want to emphasize property rights and individual rights. The problem that arises very quickly here is that the anarcho-communists, their number one thing is that property is theft, and the anarcho-capitalist number one value is that property is a right. You should contractually be able to own property. So now you have a system with no police force, no legislative branch, no judge, and you have two competing ideas, one that says I can own the property and one that says that you've stolen the property. So who's going to adjudicate that? If I decide, hey, this is my land, my family has lived here, and then by the way, there's far more left-leaning anarchists than there are right-leaning anarchists. So if the left-leaning anarchists come to my property, they're going to assert that I've stolen it, that the land cannot belong to anyone. And the question then to Bima is like, who decides? what to do here, and then we get right back to what Sam's saying is might makes right. Whoever has the most guns is going to determine whether or not the property was stolen or whether you have a right to that. And so if you can't protect your property, you're going to have marauders from the left that are going to come and throw you off the.
Right. My whole point, though, is the reason why I'm an advocate of voluntarism is to say that all of our interactions should be based on consent, which is not might makes right. That is the entire point of voluntarism. So if you can give me any type of moral argument of why other people should have the ability to force preferences on other people, right? Violate people's consent. Like, give me just one moral principle. Like, it doesn't matter. All of this consequentialist hypotheticals, that's not for one person, one stupid idiot to decide. This is for society who's much more apt, much more educated. They know how to congregate and put these things together. You guys are regressing society thinking it's going to go back to like some crazy primitive, like, I don't know, caveman days when nothing would change except progress, where people would then be all of the limitations of people being able to exchange freely and peacefully exchange. All of the victimless crimes are going to disappear. All of the trash that stops just peaceful people from doing shit today, right? Think about the way that our fiat system is. Think about our monetary system. Think about so many different things. All I'm saying is we should be able to congregate. And yes, of course, it's going to be similar to what we have today. The only difference is, Mojo would know this. He doesn't mention Lysander Spooner, Constitution of No Authority, No Treason. He wrote this many, many years ago, during the time the Constitution was written. And the idea is that there's an explicit consent. The Constitution would be great as long as you can opt into it. But the moment that you begin, your morals are not aligned with what's happening, you should no longer be forced to do these things if you believe that no other human being on this planet has moral inherent authority over you. And if you do believe there's a human being that's been born to the planet that somehow has some moral inherent, I mean, that would be great to talk about. Maybe we could do that. That might be, that would probably be your best argumentation. But I'm pretty sure everyone in this room is going to agree that every single human being born on this planet, no matter where you're born, time, circumstance, location, we all have the same moral inherent authority. And that is not force. That's our only job, is to not violate the next person. That's your only job. Don't violate consent. If you do violate consent, you're now just back to might makes right. So what I'm saying as an invitation is we can continue to operate off of might makes right. That's the system that we have now, right? It's not entirely, the worst might makes right case in the world, but it is a general might makes right, right? So it's probably one of the best systems of might makes right, but you're still operating in the amoral state of nature, which is just might makes right. And if you want to actually step up and have a moral principle, the first and most easily accessible, non-arbitrary point is consent. That is the only thing you have to do, is not violate the next person's consent. So everything you do, you operate, you congregate, you enjoy whatever you're going to enjoy, you create and build just like we build today. The only difference is if there comes a time where you no longer want to participate in that because you don't believe that it is aligned with your morals, you then get to take that and put it into a competing institution without any type of consequences or penalties. That's all that voluntarism is.
At what age does a person have the right to give consent in your world?
I had answered this already, and it is the
Muslims say 8 years, 9 months. The Muslims say 8 years, 9 months. The Prophet Muhammad was out there fucking 9-year-old girl.
It would be the time that the individual has the ability to enter the reciprocation of rights. So the moment that a human being can take responsibility for 100% of their successes and 100% of their failures, and they're able to maintain contracts, they now are they're a part of the moral cow.
Hold on. Quick question. So, Bima, I like the idea of contracts. I like the idea that we're going to uphold them. Who has the authority to enforce the contract in this?
So when someone, obviously there has to be evidence, okay? When someone stops reciprocating rights, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you've now withdrew your shield for rights reciprocation. So now whatever happens to you, defender's choice.
No, but my question to you was who enforces the contract?
Whomever you've put in the contract to enforce it. When you sign the contract, you're telling me
there's going to be an entity that enforces the contract? That almost sounds like a court.
Right, exactly, Mojo. That's exactly right.
Right. It almost sounds like exactly what we have. It sounds like you're describing what we have and using different words for your own comfort.
Well, no. If you read Lysander Spooner, Constitution of No Authority, you'd see that a lot of the thing, it would be okay as the only difference is the consent, the explicit consent is being able to opt in. So right now, if something happens, you have to go to a particular court system, wherever that jurisdiction is. You don't have the option of going to a specific court that you and the person you've contracted agree to. That's the only difference. Instead of going to court Mojo, you get to go to the contract that me and you say we are going to go to court.
But where do they get their authority from?
They get their authority from us because
who's us? If you and I disagree, where does this court of yours get their authority from? Because the court that we have now, we have a constitution. I know that you like to quote Spooner, who doesn't believe in the Constitution. He doesn't believe that the Constitution is binding. So what Spooner doesn't believe in, he doesn't believe in that there should be a standard at all. What he believes is that people are just going to go ahead and get on. They're going to travel the fucking world like Kane and Kung Fu, and that nobody's going to enforce anything, and that nobody has any dominion. The problem with the way that you're explaining these things, and you, like, honestly, I don't even think you understand what Spooner is saying. What Spooner really is getting at is that because he was an assigner of the Constitution, that he doesn't feel that he's bound to it. What he doesn't understand is that the Constitution is a societal document that's saying we do have the authority, and we are going to establish a just standard in which you're going to have these rights and government is going to have these limitations. And if you don't have these standards, then you have no standards. And the problem with Spooner and the problem with you, quite frankly, is that you guys don't understand how society works. You reject objective reality that if you're going to have a country, if you're going to have a society, you're going to have some set of rules. Now, I understand that you believe that rules should exist. You just think that the rules should be imposed autonomously. And the problem with that is that you could decide that murder is okay, where the rest of society says, no, you shouldn't murder. And when there's a conflict of you murdering somebody, you making a claim, a moral claim that, I was capable of doing that, I decided it was okay. My moral subjectivity led me to believe that murdering somebody or taking from somebody was okay. You need to have a standard in which everybody understands that these are the rules, and if you break the rules, here are the consequences. You have to have lawmakers, you have to have people that can apprehend criminals, and you have to have a place to bring them to make sure that they have the chance for a non-partial arbiter to decide based on the framework of laws, not the framework of fucking anarchy where fucking you have your thoughts and I have my thoughts. There has to be a code. And the one thing that we need to agree upon is, are we protecting individual rights, yay or nay? And so when you have your collectivist rights as a lefty anarchist, and I have my individual rights, which is the standard of the United States, we're in conflict with each other. We're going to be in constant conflict with each other because you don't uphold to a standard. And that's why the standard must be imposed on people that don't want to play by those rules. Otherwise, we have utter fucking chaos. This is why anarchy exists nowhere on planet.
Just real quick, the answer that you're going to get as to what the enforcement is or how it's going to be enforced, I think I've asked the same scenario in a different set of ways so many times. Here's probably, I'm going to try to steel man it if I can. The steel man
She's going to say competing security for
it's not though. It's not any of those. Usually the things that she'll say along the lines of, it's enforced by the people, and then when you ask the follow-up question, what about a disagreement? Well, everybody's going to act in their best self-interest. You wouldn't be acting against your best self-interest, or you wouldn't be acting in your own self-interest to not agree to the contract or not follow through with the contract, et cetera, et cetera. And then if the follow-up question is, so what if someone doesn't care about their self-interest? Then the response is most likely, well, everyone cares about their self-interest. And then that's where it usually ends up going into a circle.
Okay. Yeah, I've argued anarchy with some of the smartest
bystander. Just to respond quickly.
Oh my God.
Just to respond, you're incorrect, Roger. Okay, Lysander Spooner in his work, he explicitly says that if you do decide, the concept what he was trying to put forth was that that the Constitution has no authority. Okay, so without consent. And so if you don't explicitly sign it, then you are not bound to be contracted by it. But if you decide to explicitly and voluntarily consent and sign, you can be bound, but only you can be bound. That's the whole thing. So the Constitution, he makes it clear. Clearly, you haven't read it, which is hilarious. You like to say what I didn't read, because if you read Constitution of No Authority, you'd see all the different ways that he talks about how you can be bound and how it would work as long as explicit consent is there as well. You have to explicitly consent to it, because how else can a piece of paper and a bunch of other people have authority over you? You then have to claim that magically some people just are they're just born with inherent authority to bind you to contracts. We don't do that in any other area of society. No other person, you haven't been bound to a contract today in any area of life that your great grandpa's neighbor signed a contract to state for you. It doesn't work. That's why it's the myth. It's the Constitution of No Authority. Not if you haven't explicitly signed to it. We're individuals first. We each have. That's how society's supposed to change. It's how it's supposed to grow. It's how it's supposed to be adapted to and adopted to. And Sam, you were talking about this too. You're like, well, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to start over. Well, not necessarily start over. Obviously, we'll be able to, push down good practices and things. But yeah, the idea is that once there's something that we want to fucking change, we don't have to wait for an election, or if there's a stronghold on a voting, forget that. You're just effed for however long that voting block is going to be voting that way. You'll never see any type of changes. No, forget all that. So that's all that is. Hilarious.
Let me ask you this, Biba. How much traction are you getting with this anarchist movement of?
We've been growing significantly in the past 15 years. Every single year, there's more and more by the thousands.
Oh yeah, what's by the thousands? Out of the 350 million people in the U.S., how many do you think identify as anarchist?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I could just tell from what I go to every year, the annual events and festivals that I go to every single year, and I've been on stages and
like what? Anarchapulco?
Anarcho-Poco is one of them.
You've never been there. You've never been there. You've never been there. You've never.
I could give you. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm telling you, you've never
Who
been.
runs it? Who runs Anarcho-Poco?
You want me to fucking walk
Go
you
ahead.
through?
What's his name? Just give me his name. What's his name? Come on. What's his name?
I don't have the name.
Come on. Yeah, exactly. All right, shut the fuck up then. Exactly. You don't fucking know. You don't fucking know, Jeff. You don't know. You're a fucking liar. Go ahead, Roger.
Wow.
Go fucking ahead. Go fucking. Yeah, exactly. You just proved yourself fucking loser. What a loser. Maybe you should check.
You're crashing out. You're crashing out.
Exactly. Because you just got.
No. Not recalling a name is nothing to be ashamed of. It's nothing.
Fucking stupid. Don't you feel fucking stupid? Don't
not at all. Not at all. You know why you're talking over me?
Of course you do.
You know why you're talking over me?
Of course you do.
Okay, I'll mute up. I'll mute up.
You better.
I love a good Bima crash out.
With your tail between your legs. Exactly. You've never been there. What a fucking loser.
Bima, when's the last time you went to there? When's the last time
I haven't been in 4 years.
Really? And when you did go, tell me, where did you fly out of?
Fly?
Yeah.
I didn't fly. I drove.
Oh, okay. What would you drive? Like a Volkswagen bus?
You're a loser.
Here's the fucking problem with anarchists. They're so detached from fucking reality. When you start quoting Spooner, just so you guys know, Spooner's big claim to fame is that he rejects the Constitution. So, like, for starters, there's not a serious political scientist that would ever take that serious. What people do when they read Spooner is they see the delusions of a crazy man. And crazy people are drawn to this. And they say, oh, well, that is interesting. I didn't sign the Constitution. Maybe I'm not bound by it. Let me just say this. If you commit a crime, Bima, I want you to tell the police that are arresting you and tell the prosecutor and the judge when you're in a courtroom that you don't believe in the Constitution, and then go ahead and quote Spooner, and let's see where that.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, that makes sense because we've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe this, right? But that's still, when we still get down to it, Roger, what gives, where does the Constitution get its authority? You tell me. Let's just go through it. Okay, well, hold on. Let Roger answer. He'll say it. Roger, where does the Constitution get its authority?
Very simply, we have a representative government, so it's the people that give it the authority.
Okay, so we're going to say the representatives?
No, the people elect the representatives, and the representatives are there to represent the people.
Okay, so what happens when the people go to elect somebody, but they don't get the person they want elected? What happens then? Are they represented?
No. Elections have
not. Are they?
Elections have not. Do I get to answer? Is this going to be Bima Crash Out Hour?
Yes.
This is fun. If it is Bima Crash Out Hour, I'll just go down to the audience and eat some popcorn. This will be fun. But if you want to have a conversation, I'm happy to. Listen, elections have consequences. And if your ideas are less popular and your guy doesn't get elected, then he's not going to be in office. If he's not in office, he doesn't get to impact policy. So here's a question for you. How are you, walk me through the transition from the government we have to the world that you want, because right now we currently have a constitution. And in order to dissolve it, it would require abolishing it, which would require having power and the desire to do that. You can't even today get a convention of the states because we can't get enough people to agree that we should do that. So the changes that you're looking for, I want you to walk me through. Take as much time as you want, how you're going to go from the constitutional republic we have to this fantasy world that you've dreamed of. Walk through what that transition looks like and make it make
And I would like to add, just as a little quick note, nobody is going to fully 100% be representative. There's at one point where 399 million people have voted in one candidate and one person doesn't vote the other candidate. Guess what? Someone's not represented in that one either. It's not that strong of an argument unless you have a literal dictatorship that forces thought upon people in order to.
Well, can we not interrupt her? I want her to be uninterrupted to walk us through the transition from a constitutional republic that we have today. I want you to walk me through step by step, Bima. How do we get to anarchy from? I didn't think.
That wouldn't be for me to answer, Mojo, and you know that. You know that that's the exact point of voluntarism. The idea is for
to avoid questions.
No. For competing institutions, ideas where people have better ideas than others, right? That come up. And then just
you didn't answer my question, though.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You want me to tell you like how to transition? There's a million ways that you can transition. Go ahead.
Hold on. We're in a current state where we have a constitutional republic. Everybody knows. I don't have to describe what that means. We know the system that we have today. What I'm asking you to do, because you painted this fantasy idea of a future state. So we have the current state, constitutional republic. We have this future state that you've dreamed up, or that you're repeating that others have dreamed up about an anarchist society. I'm simply asking you to walk me through current state to future state. What does that transition look like?
Yeah, that wouldn't be for me to answer. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
You mean you can't answer? Thank you.
Why do you think I would be able to answer that? Why do you think it would be up to me to answer?
Well, you said that there's this optimal future state, and you can't tell me how we could get there. If you don't know how we're going to get there, then how the fuck are we going to find it?
Yeah, all we would do is we all wake up and we all just start operating off of consent-based interactions.
Well, what about the government that doesn't want to yield their control? What do we do with that?
Well, they would have to obviously want to operate off of consent-based transactions. Everything would stay the same. The structures could stay the same.
So nothing's going to change.
The biggest things would change, right? We would no longer become an offensive military force.
But we have a Congress and we have a president and we have a judicial branch. How do all those things go away? Walk me through how do those things go away? We have political parties that are well funded that want to continue with the system the way it is, and the majority of Americans want to continue with the way it is, and the majority of Americans think that your ideas are batshit crazy. Walk me through how we're supposed to go from current state to future.
So all of the politicians, if they still wanted to have those particular jobs, which I think it would be a good idea to be able to organize, but that's all that they would be. They would be organizing. They would be like board members, right? To offer you suggestions and opportunities of what you could or should or shouldn't do in your particular society.
No, you're just explaining what the future state looks like. I'm asking you to walk me through where is this linchpin? Like, what is the process? Like, does somebody emerge as a leader and then just declare, okay, the government no longer exists by decree? Walk me through the mechanics of how the transition current state of having a republic constitutionally recognized to this anarchist society that you are advocating for. You're advocating for something, and I'm asking you to explain to adults what it would mean to walk through this transition. If you can explain this, maybe you'll convert somebody, because otherwise you're just describing some utopia that doesn't exist. Walk me through realistically how you see this transition.
Okay, yeah, so you wanna, I don't know, false dilemma me.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I got a question for XG. My question is for XG. XG, do you think that I'm committing a fallacy by asking her in good faith to walk me through how to get from current state to future state? Do you think there's anything problematic with my?
No, because you've asked me the same question on my worldview, and I've been able to explain it.
There we go.
Okay.
And I'm able to defend mine as well.
Okay, so let me ask this. If I can't give you, right, an entire breakdown of how society is supposed to look, what is that supposed to?
It's not even an entire breakdown.
Hold on, HG. I'm sorry. It was from Mojo.
Yeah, it's very clear. We have a current state. You're describing a future state, and I'm simply asking, could you walk me through how you would envision we would get there? And typically, if you have even the most radical ideas, there's usually like a roadmap. Even if it's less likely to happen, there's this idea of, well, first this would have to happen, and then that would have to happen, and then after this cascading effect takes place, then we eventually reach this conclusion. My question is, how do we take the first step of this constitutional republic that we have? How is that ever going to go away? And more importantly, why would it get replaced with anarchy? You do first of all, I think you do a terrible job of describing anarchy. Secondly, you do the worst job I've ever seen of defending it, and I'm giving you all the opportunity to crush me right now. All you have to do is give me a blueprint, tell this room, this is how it would happen, and then we go, you know what, Bima, that makes a lot of sense. And then we would just say, you know what, maybe we're on board with you. Who knows, maybe we go and join you in your compound.
Right, so you didn't answer my question, but it was an excellent deflection. I'll ask again. If I can't provide you with a blueprint right now or a walkthrough that...
then it's an acknowledgement that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, that's what that means? And so that's why I said XG, that's why I said it's a false dilemma. That's exactly what I mean, a logical fallacy. Thank you. Thank you. Hang up. Boop. Hang up.
I don't think it's a false dilemma.
Whoosh, yeah, not at all.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Can you explain how it's a false dilemma?
Right. So either false dilemma. Mm-hmm. Either this is true. Either A or B is true, not A, therefore B. Period. Okay. Either Bima can explain her particular ideology, or B, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh, you can't explain your ideology? Not A. Okay, she doesn't know what she's talking about. False fucking dilemma. Okay, logical fallacy. Fucking slam dunk.
Yeah. Dead. So real quick.
Any other fucking questions? Any other logical fallacies? Please go.
Before you guys continue, can somebody pass me the blue cheese? Because this word salad is so hard to swallow without dressing. But go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason I don't believe it's a logical fallacy is because I believe it's a logical conclusion to come to as the second version of dilemma. For example, I would use a false dilemma as something completely different than how you described it. A false dilemma to me would make it seem like there's more than one option there. And it doesn't seem like there's more than one option other than you not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. He may have phrased it rudely, right? But you have already claimed ignorance to how we're going to get there, and that you said that's not your job. If he says you don't know what you're talking about, that means you are ignorant as to what the answer to my question is, which is how do we get from system A to system B, which is your system. You then responded in a way that did not display how to get from system A to system B, and you even admitted your ignorance on it. And then he goes on to say, you don't know what you're talking about, in response to you responding to his question, which clearly you did not know and self-admitted you didn't know how to answer that one, and you claimed because it was not your responsibility. Regardless of the reason, he was right into saying the dilemma is either you know how to get there or you don't, because there's not a third option other than knowing how to or not knowing how to. Therefore, it's not a logical fallacy. Therefore, it's not a false dilemma. It's just Roger being an asshole again. That's all.
Yeah, so what happened was he didn't like my answer, okay? I didn't
have an answer.
Voluntarism, hold on, all voluntarism is, which I've explained it a million times, okay? It's a decentralizing of the monopoly of force.
We understand
Decentralizing everything, okay? The idea is so there can be multiple different avenues and ways to operate society. So all I'm saying, you wanted to know how to get there. I said, number one is consent based. We start beginning by making everything consent based. That's it. That was my answer. You want me to go deeper into that? Well, I'm sorry, I can't, because I'm not going to be able to tell you how every single person wants to decide to create their decentralized institution to manage their way of life. That's the whole point of volunteering.
Okay, Dima, give me a second. This is why voluntarism by itself isn't an answer to that question. I'm a socialist. If Mojo were to ask me the same question, right, how do we get from A to B? And I would just tell him, people would just start thinking smarter. People would just start acting in their own interest. And then he were to ask me a follow-up question, what incentivizes them to act in their own interest? What incentivizes them to be a socialist? What incentivizes them to do X, Y, and Z? I would start naming, well, if we start looking at them working, their labor costs, and what they end up doing and reaping rewards of their own labor compared to what they're doing right now, oh, boom, you got that happening. That would be an incentive that I would name. Roger could argue against that incentive. I'm not saying the incentive is completely correct. I'm not saying it's the end-all be-all, but it's at least a reasoning that I can give or something else added to just a very broad idea that's being given. When Roger asked me about my ideas or asked me to go more in depth about them, it's not that I have to have the perfect plan to lay it out. I just have to have a semblance of an idea as to where it's going and then be able to confront challenges to my idea. Am I more than happy to do that? Absolutely. Am I going to lose on some of those challenges? Sure. But that's me rethink them and understand, maybe my idea wasn't the best. Maybe it's time to rethink some of the aspects of that idea, or let me look into it a bit more and see if what they've said really applies to my idea, right? It's not let me just present voluntarism, right? I want an explanation as to, hey, what would make me want to adopt voluntarism? Why would others and why should others adopt voluntarism? What is the incentive and what would make them automatically do that to be able to bring us to your society? Whether Roger agrees with your explanation of those answers to those questions or not is irrelevant. It's the fact that you never provided an answer to any of those questions other than just saying voluntarism and explaining the definition of what voluntarism is rather than the incentive to go towards voluntarism.
I think the Beatles asked the question that I want to know, and the song was Revolution, and in this song they say, you say you got a real solution. Well, we'd all love to see the plan. So that's what I'm asking for. You want the revolution.
I keep giving you the plan. I keep telling you, but it's just not satisfactory.
Hold on. Did anybody in here hear her walk me through the plan on how you get from a constitutional republic to an anarchist society? Can anybody? Type it in the chat. Say it out loud here if you're awake. But I don't recall her answering it. Matter of fact, I heard her say, "I'm not the person that can answer that for you. I don't know." That's what I heard her say. I want to hear the fucking plan.
And I said, all you gotta do is you take the Constitution, you start over, everyone gets explicit consent, and then you...
Okay, how does that work? Okay, great. No, this is a good starting point. How do we get rid of the Constitution?
So you're not getting rid of the Constitution. The Constitution is going to remain remain the Constitution, except the people who are going to be a part of it, who want to have and benefit from those rights and those privileges, right? Those are the people that are going to sign it. And so when they sign
Congress
it,
is Congress going to resign? Is Congress going to resign? Is the president going to resign? Are the Supreme Court justices going to resign? Like, how is that going to work? Walk me through how that works. Is the military that command, Joint Chief of Staff, they're going to quit? Our generals are all going to quit? What happens to the enlisted personnel? I'm just kind of curious how this.
No, I think everybody is probably going to, if it had to happen tomorrow, which that's not realistic at all.
How long would it take?
I think it would probably take a while, but the best way to begin to do that transition is just to
a while is not a measurement of time that I understand.
Decentralize. Okay,
it's not a measurement of time that I understand. What's a while?
Decades, probably a couple decades, and it would just be the slow decentralization of all of the laws. So just slowly, people would come up. They would rewrite codes. Of removing certain, positive rights. Obviously, all the positive rights have to leave. Negative rights can stay.
So government. So you're going to use government to unwind government? Is this what you're planning?
No, they would be fulfilling their duties as the organizing members. They wouldn't. Can
you name one member of Congress that would support this? Can you name one member of Congress? One out of the 535 members of Congress. Name one person that would be on board with this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It would probably have to start slow. It would probably have to be slow by jurisdiction. We would probably have to start taking over small little communities, towns, hamlets, villages, cities, getting maybe counties, and then state, and then it would have to spread that way. And once people begin to see the better opportunities, the better the way that people are treated, the competition, the way innovation, all of those things, it would slowly be adopted.
If I were running the society, all of those people would be killed.
Just really quick, Yuma. You said
why would they be killed
earlier that I don't think we harped in on enough. You said that when it would be rewritten, that people would get to choose to opt into these. At what age should people be able to opt into these?
I've already answered that like a million times. As soon as you can reciprocate rights.
Okay, and what age is that?
It's going to depend on whenever you can reciprocate rights. There isn't going to. I wouldn't know.
What does it mean to reciprocate rights? What does that mean?
To enter to be able to contract. So to be able to enter a contract, and then you'd be able to take, like I said, 100% responsibility for your successes and your failures. You can uphold the contract. If you breach the contract, you'll be able to pay for the contract. Minors are of course minors have rights.
And they definitely don't have 100% responsibility.
Right, principle of potentiality, right? But they're contracted through their parents until then. Their parents are responsible for 100% of their successes and failures until they're able to do it. And whenever they're able to do that, whether that's 13 years old or 16 years old or 24 years old, it's going to be just like.
You just said something extremely contradictory. If this is all about individualism and individual rights and individuals 24/7, why are the parents forced upon the consequences of their child as actors? How does that work?
What do you mean forced? How do you mean forced? What are you talking about? Parents.
Because apparently because all their children's consequences flow up to the parents in this system. How does that go? How is that fair to the parent when that's their child's actions and not theirs?
Because they have the child, and that's just how that works. If you're going to create a liability voluntarily with consent with two people and bring another life into the world, then you're going to be responsible for 100% of their successors and failures until they're able to take care of them.
Saying the children are the property of their parents?
No, they're not the property of their parents. They're under the care.
They're not the property. If they're not the property of their parents, what?
No, they're not. They're not property.
Wait. If it's not the parents' property, how are they guaranteed rights or viewed as individuals if that's the viewing of individuals from your constitution that excludes them from opting in until they're quote-unquote ready to? Are they not a person until they're able to opt into this constitution or an individual?
Guys, I think
we're letting her off. Of course they're a person. I'm not understanding your question. I don't understand what you don't understand.
Well, hold on. I think they're letting me off the hook anyways. I want to go back to this transition. So, you said that you would rewrite the laws. Does that mean you would like start a political party and run anarchists to get elected in elections? Is that what you would do?
I mean, like,
And so people was going around saying, I am that I am.
you see Javier Milei, you see, right.
Hell no, man.
He's not an
Tried
anarchist.
this.
He's not an anarchist.
Yeah, you should probably. Did you take a listen to his speech at the economic forum?
I did. He's actually by definition an anarchist.
Okay, so you're going. So this is the thing, and anarchists argue about this all the time. They want
you know what I love.
You're doing descriptive, right? I know what you're saying. Anarchists argue about this too, right? How can you be an anarchist if you're participating in the system, right? But how do you get a part of the system? How do you transition the system unless you're not a part of the system, right? So,
you guys do talk
if there's no way to do it from the outside, right? You'd be barred, you'd be jailed, killed, whatever else. You have to do it through utilizing the system, right?
So the good news is it sounds like anarchists are discussing what this transition would look like. So I'll go back to the question. Can you describe to me what that transition from the current state of a constitutional republic looks like?
Yeah, I think it would probably